Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, folks. Yahoo! Oh, I need. Oh, there it goes. There we are. Been volley this morning and got Vex. Just need a cat. Congratulations on your Vex, my dude. Let me. I need to fix one of these. Give me uno momento. Wow. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. Anywho's, what's it? Hello. Welcome. Happy early Valentine's Day, because I'm not going to be here on the 14th. I'm going to be at the DMV instead. It's going to be great. I have a lovely cast of ladies today that's going to be helping me on my lovely adventures. I will take note that if you're unawares of this game, if you have no idea what you're getting yourself into, it is not good for the faint of heart. And if you are sensitive to depressing topics, maybe just lurk. Maybe, like, mute the tab and do something else, so that way you're still, like, here chilling, and, like, the support's still here, but you don't have to be, like, triggered or anything. I also realized my big-ass head's blocking half of the chat box. Let me fix that for you. Bring this down just... There we go. There we go. So, Ari. Spicy pizza's good. Yes and no, just don't leave it out overnight. I learned it the hard way. That'll mean my beginning warning and my only warning. This game is... It is a cute dating sim. Sometimes. So if you're sensitive to pressing topics and have triggers, maybe not be here. Just mute the tab and go somewhere else and enjoy your day. And with that, we're gonna get on to it.
ᴛᴇis.
I heard it was like Diablo, in a way.
I realize that I actually have to do this to kind of make this work, huh? There we go.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah. Yes.
Just a little bit, right?
No.
I don't know if the game will start with a warning because I did boot it up to like resize it and it gave me the warning, but it didn't give me the warning when I booted it up this time.
But just in case, probably like I mean,
I did give the warning though. I did give the
okay.
Yes.
Specifically for like suicide and stuff.
Yes. You see,
Suicide and self-harm.
sad
and
people.
Other disturbing content.
Sad people who don't have a Valentine's might be a little sensitive to the topic.
All right, so it's been a pleasure being here with you guys. I'll see you guys later.
Cyber, it's cool, dude. We can be each other's Valentine's.
No,
I don't got one.
it's okay. It's okay. You gotta make me feel better.
I don't have one either, buddy.
It's okay.
But yeah, don't worry. Take the warning seriously, but guys, it's just a prank warning.
Well-
but still take it seriously.
Well,
It's just a prank
also,
warning. This
well-
is a cute dating sim.
We'll let you know. We'll let you know when you have to excuse yourself.
Look, we can have like a poly Valentine's shit going on. We can get Ari, Cyber, me, Kibo if you need.
At what numeric does it go from
Wait.
being poly to being an orgy?
Hey, as long as we care about each
well,
other, okay? That's
An
all that matters.
orgy is just a sex thing. Poly is like
I'll be on top of the warning if raid. Thank you,
Really?
Markov. Thank you.
So, but like, isn't Polly that one Pokemon or some shit?
Yeah, you figure. Well, there's
Polycode?
Polygon. So.
Polywhirl, Polygon,
Polyrath.
Polyrath, Polygon Z. Oh, that's Porygon.
Polygon.
Oh, Porygon. It's Porygon.
I'm
Sorry, I was.
Not Polygon. Porygon.
Uh,
That's the
Oh, I
shape.
might need to shrink you guys. I think Natsuki's big fucking head is blocking half of the section.
Polygon.
Okay, it's fine. We'll do context clues.
Do you guys have a favorite Polygon?
Wait, polygon?
Like the shape, yeah.
I mean, I really like the hexagon. I think that's kind of dope.
Mine is. I was gonna say circle, but that's the only one that isn't the
No,
right answer.
I changed my mind. Trapezoid. I really
I
like
was
the
thinking
trapezoid.
trapezoid, but then I'm like, I don't know if I like it that much.
You
like-
know,
What the fuck's my
kind of-
favorite one?
I'm gonna say decagon.
What was it?
Decagon.
Oh, okay, 10-sided, sure.
Yeah, deca bitch.
I think this
There you
starts
go.
with
It
you,
is.
right, Kibo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
I see an annoying girl running towards me from a distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself.
Material girl.
That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you never see yourself making today, but just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this. Starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. But if she's gonna chase me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up to me.
I overslept again. But I caught you this time.
Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. Oh. Nice.
Well, like you were thinking about ignoring me.
Nico, please. It's too early for this boy.
Here comes
Nico
the
Sayori.
boy.
If you wanted to voice Sayori, you should have spoken up when we were doing role changes.
I mean, he's got the E part down.
That's mean. Perry the Chad.
Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something.
That's not very Chad of you. Fine, fine. But you did wait for me after all. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean if you want to.
Whatever you say, Sayori, I'll dump you in traffic right here, right now.
Get up, bitch. I'll box you.
We cross the street together and make our way to the school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making to their daily commute.
By the way, Perry, have you said?
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Have you decided on a club to join yet? Sorry.
A club? I already told you, I'm not really interested in joining any clubs.
I'll club you.
I haven't been looking either. Clubs are for nerds.
That's not true. They're for mega chads. You told me you would join a club this year.
Fortunately, I'm only a Chad. I haven't evolved yet. I'm still a virgin. Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did in one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. I just shake my head yes and go on.
If I could hear your thoughts, I'd be pissed.
Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime titties. I mean anime.
Uh-huh.
Mommy? Sorry, mommy?
Mommy.
I was talking about how I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know? So is your penis. And I know you're happy now, but I die at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years because you're not used to the real world.
I mean, I'm out here touching grass, aren't I?
You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you.
Alright. I'll look at a few
You're
clubs if it
toxic.
makes you happy. You're toxic!
Your toxic relationship with yourself is
I'm sorry.
physically harming me.
I
You
just-
leave me and my left hand
I
alone!
I can't get the thought.
That's
out of
why
my
your cock
head.
is slanted.
I can't get the thought out of my head where Sayori's just like, don't you dare make me keep worrying about you, or else.
No promises, though.
Will you at least promise me you'll try a little?
No.
An itty bitty amount? Oh, just a little bit.
Yeah, I guess I'll promise you that.
Dab. Yay! Dab!
Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind even a little bit. Even if she does exaggerate everything inside of her head.
It's the anxiety.
The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack
When I
up my
went to
things,
school-
I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation.
When I went to school, I also had a pink polka dot bubble that just displayed all my thoughts.
Clubs.
Spades.
Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. Guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club.
Hello!
Sayori? Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize that I'm the only one left in the classroom.
I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed.
How's this? Raiders this game kind of fuck with self-harm and every other side and disturbing topics. Sensitive topics are like, please meet that before. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Macraw. That one works. I made an Arthur move and now it hurts. Like, made too many chapters in one sitting?
Or killed off a character that was a favorite.
You don't need to wait up for me if it's gonna
Both.
make you late to your own club.
Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know...
I mean, this billboard's giving me enough encouragement anyway. So what?
Well, that you could come to my club!
Yuri,
Yeah?
there's no way I'm going to your club.
Meanie!
Sayori is the vice president of the literature club. Not that I was ever aware she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after one who proposed the club, she inherited the title vice president. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club.
Oh, please.
Why do you care so much anyway?
Well... I kind of told the club yesterday I would bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything.
Aw, fuck, free food, I'm in.
And you don't want to get Natsuki angry.
Rumor around the school is she's buff.
She didn't crack a couple eggs to make those cupcakes. They were the skulls of the last people who didn't join the club.
You'll regret it if you don't follow me. Finger point.
Well?
Don't make promises you can't keep, Sayori. Can't tell if Sayori is really that much of an airhead, or if she's so cunning to as if planned all of this out. I let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay?
Yes! Let's go!
And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. Certainly won't be the last. Made a death scene of an original character. She was flowers, gems. Death scene hurts worse because I and oof. I dejectedly follow Sayori across the school and up the stairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used for third-year classes in it. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door.
Everyone, the new member is here.
Told you,
I
don't
told you.
call me new member.
My bad. We finish each other's sentences.
Eh? I glance around the room.
Is this me?
This is you.
Okay. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you.
God.
Oh god. Normally people give her a deep voice. Oh my god.
Sayori always says nice things about you. I hope they're right, because if not, that'd be bad.
I fucking can't. Who's that dashing gentleman on the right there? Apparently he's the MC. Apparently they released MC character work with Doki Doki Plus. I'm playing the free version because I'm...
There you go. Be cheap about it.
Because I'm...
There you go. There you go, Savior. Your time to shine.
Seriously? You brought a boy? Bitch better like cupcakes. Way to kill the atmosphere.
Ah. Barry the Chad. What a nice surprise.
Number 15.
Welcome to the club.
All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls.
Hey, you want a baby?
Oh, I have a hydrate.
Ugh. What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it. You like them cupcakes? I got more.
Sorry, I was taken back by your deep tone of voice.
Natsuki.
Fuck.
Fuck.
The girl with a sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is the one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes me think she's probably a first year. She's also the one who made the cupcakes, according to Sayori.
You can just ignore her when she gets moody.
Is this a first run through or just for fun? I've never played the game myself, but I'm very aware of its contents.
I've never
Neither have
played,
I.
but same.
I don't know anything that's happening in this entire thing.
Basically, we
Yeah,
have two
it's
people
fine.
watching the reactions to two other people.
Yeah, it's essentially it. Two people who are very aware and two people who are not aware at all. Sayori says that quietly into my ear and then turns back to the other girls.
Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy and also kind of an annoying little bitch. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club, but she's a little saucy, if you know what I mean.
Don't say things like that. My eyes are up here.
Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Ah. Well, it's nice to meet both of you.
And it sounds like you already know Monica. Is that right? That's right. It's great to see you again, Perry the Chad.
The duality of man. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic, bitchy.
Human.
Basically, completely out of my league. So having her smile at me genuinely feels a little... Ew. Monica.
Monnikabot. Come sit down, Perry the Chad.
We made room for you at the table so you can sit next to me or Monica. I'll get the cupcakes.
Hey, those are my cupcakes. I'll get them.
You're just compensating for the
Sit
lack of
your
cake
ass
that you
down,
have.
Sayori. They are my cupcakes.
You don't have any cake on your body, so you're trying to show off by making some.
I'm gonna remember that later.
Is it bad? I'm just imagining that when she grabs the cupcakes, she's like death gripping it, and she's like, "You want some fucking cake?"
Sorry, I got a little too excited.
Then, how about I make some tea as well? It'll make you sleepy.
Oh god, he's chugging the tea. The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Sayori mentioned, it's been widened, so there's only one space next to Monica and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room, where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. It's where she hides. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori.
Why did you not pick me?
Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand.
Oh, hey. You ready to taste the most mouth-watering orgasmic cupcakes you've ever had?
She's Italian now.
Maybe. We gonna have a lot of voices for it, I ain't gonna lie. Ta-da!
Whoa!
Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray and reveals a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. When the whiskers are drawn with icing and little pieces of chocolate were used to make the ears.
So cute!
Just notice why she's so buff? Because Natsuki fucking lips!
You're damn right I do.
I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki.
Well, you know, Mama taught me good. Make one. Do it. Make it. And go on a magical journey.
I pity the fool who don't take a cupcake.
Ready!
Sayori grabs the first one, and then Monica. I
Grabby.
follow.
It's delicious!
Sayori talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face.
I'm sorry.
I take the cupcake round in my fingers, looking at the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. Can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself.
I take a bite and I miss. I take 2 bites and I miss. I take 3 bites this time. I missed.
This
I take
is
another bite.
really good.
I missed.
Thank you, Natsuki.
Why are you thanking me? It's not like you-
Haven't I heard this somewhere before?
made them for you or anything. Jesus.
Eh? I thought you technically did. Sayori did say.
He didn't say shit! He's lying! God. One for you anyway.
Alright. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cup tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom?
Don't worry, I only use it when we have new friends that come into the class. The teachers give us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea after a cupcake that's totally not poison, help you enjoy a good book?
I guess. You have a point.
Just drink the tea.
Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you.
That's not.
Insulted, Yuri looks away.
That's right, bitch.
I meant that,
Whatever you say, bitch.
I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be the best pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea.
I'm glad. I'm gonna feel bad killing you.
Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monika raises an eyebrow and then smiles at me.
Eyebrow raise. So, what made you consider the literature club?
It's gonna be fucking destroyed.
I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monika that I was practically dragged here by Sayori.
Ooh, ha 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 ha.
Well,
I scared
right.
you.
I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy here, so...
That's okay. Don't be embarrassed. We'll make you feel right at home, okay? As president of the Literature Club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for every human.
Monika, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start up your own club? And what's with that weird accent?
I'm Polish.
You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year?
Ha 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 ha. Well, you know. To be honest, I can't stand all of the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream.
Welcome back, Esmeralda.
Monika really is a great leader.
Yuri also nods in agreement. Then, I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. Must be hard to start a new club.
You could just put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events, like the festival, that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone? Question protocol.
Oh,
Yeah.
For Monika to
shit.
start talking in binary.
100101001.
Do our best.
No,
Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monika must have worked really hard to find these three. Maybe that's why they're all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. Though, I still don't know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature.
So, Barry, what kinds of things do you like to read?
Well, don't say titties. Don't say. Considering how little I've read in these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga. I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something. Quiet.
That's okay. I like big titty goth girls as well. Not much of a reader, I guess.
Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking, after seeing Yuri's sad smile.
It was the titties.
Any babe,
It's always the
what about you, Yuri?
Well, let's see.
Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger.
My favorite are usually the books about the murderers who get away with murder using tea. But you know, my favorites are usually the novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive.
Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading and very skeptical on the tea. Seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people.
I also like hentai. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Like how to make people scream louder. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? I like Fruit Loops.
You want a Fruit Loop?
Shut up, Natsuki! Don't you have a bunch of people's heads to crack open for cupcakes?
Shit, you right.
You fucking Italian dad-sounding motherfucker. Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately.
I've read a horror book once. I desperately grasp something that I can relate at a minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock.
Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you.
Yeah, it's called Clifford the Big Red Dog. How did he get so big? It's so weird and kind of scary. But I guess you can say that. But if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Like there's this other one with this monkey who's very curious. I think his name is George. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, even if it's for a brief moment. That's why I can't find Waldo.
No, I hate horror.
Oh, why is that?
Well, I just...
Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second.
Never mind.
Pussy?
And
Saving key data to memory banks on Clifford the Big Red Dog. Saving. Process complete. What? That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki?
What? No?
Martha.
What gives you that idea?
You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called...
No, just say it out loud.
Did I say you could fucking interrupt me?
It's...
Bitch.
Give that back.
Bitch.
It's nothing about weights and lifting.
Bitch.
I don't know if it's just Kibo's voiceover or what, but the longer I stare at Monika, the longer it looks like her eyes aren't aligned and they're like too like off-centered. It's stressing me out.
Guys, we might need to reset Monika. I think she's learning too many bad words.
Hell yeah! Monika Stan. Well, you're...
Hello, Kanga.
Fine. Your cupcakes, your poems. Everything you do is just as cute as you are.
Sayori slides up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders.
Danger! No!
Natsuki, you write your own poems?
Only about pumping iron.
That's not true. I saw a poem you wrote once about puppies.
Why do you care? Do you also worship the iron weights?
I just think it's impressive is all. How much do you bench?
Hey, Perry! Don't listen to Natsuki. She's somewhat of a pussy.
800 pounds.
Based on my stored
why don't you
information
share
on
them
character,
sometimes?
Natsuki, she does, in fact, write about
Don't
cute
have
things.
dedication.
Hey, Monika! Hey, Robot Monika! Remember that time Natsuki wrote about flowers like a pussy?
Natsuki
Accessing
averts her
memory
eyes.
Accessing memory banks.
You
Answer?
wouldn't like him anyway. You don't look
Yes.
at you. All skinny and shit.
Not very confident of a writer yet, huh?
Get
No.
fucking destroyed.
I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence for someone who has no fucking, personality except flowers and puppies and potentially cracking the skulls open of her enemies.
Are you guys already fighting?
The truest form of writing is writing to oneself, and that's all she has, is herself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities, and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. I don't have one. I sold it to a demon once.
You don't have anything behind your titty.
Yep.
You have writing experience.
That's it. Next.
Maybe if you shared some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers.
I don't know if she would understand.
I guess it's the same for Yuri.
Aw, I wanted to read everyone's poems.
We all sit in silence for a moment.
Okay. I have an idea, everyone.
This is gonna be a bad idea.
Shut
isn't
up,
it?
Natsuki!
Listen.
Natsuki
I
and
will
Yuri
say
look quizzically
already
at
fighting.
Monika.
How are these two already fighting?
They're in character, leave them alone, it's fine.
Yeah,
Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. The next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even. That way, everyone is even.
Natsuki?
Error.
Yeah! Let's do
God damn
it!
No. This is bullshit.
Plus, now that we have a new member, I think it will help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, Perry the Chad?
Perry _XXX Pussy Mom Slayer 420.
Error.
Monika smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on, there's still one problem.
Eh? What is that?
Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth what's been on my mind the entire time. Pity. I mean, I never wanted to join this club. Sayori may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and
That's a shame. Hey, Natsuki, come crack this guy's skull for cupcakes.
I lost my train of thought.
All right.
All four girls stare back at me with dejected eyes.
But
I'm sorry. I just thought you were a cool guy. I guess not.
Weak ass bitch.
little bitch.
Little bitch,
You
let me in with my
all-
cupcakes.
I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Kibo, you grab the hands. I'll grab the legs. Natsuki, you get the head.
Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club.
We were just about to kill you. Couldn't you have made this decision sooner?
One by one, the girls' eyes light up.
Fucking cockies. That's what this is.
Yes, I'm so happy! I don't have to kill myself!
Jesus. Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey!
You really did scare me for a moment, because we were really considering killing you.
I would be super pissed if you just came for the cupcakes. Like, your head would be like a cherry tomato from like the Lord of the Rings shit, where you just
And that makes
constantly
it
eat.
official.
It's fucking gross.
Welcome to the Literature Club.
Ah. Thanks, I guess.
Okay, everyone. Dab. I think with that, we can officially, end today's meeting on a good note, Everyone remember tonight's assignment, Write a, poem to bring to the next, meeting so we can all share.
It's like whenever a robot, like, is, like, singed out from water or something, so it has those tweaks, but instead it's just Monika being, like, in a default pose, and then just, like, glitches over into a dab every time mid-sentence.
I'm sorry, I accidentally tripped and spilled a little bit of tea on Monnikabot. It was an accident, I swear.
Monika looks
Yo.
over at me once more.
I'll be back in 2 seconds, sorry.
Harry the Chad, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself.
Yeah, because Monnikabot can't. She's a robot.
It's
It's like totally unnatural. It's sometimes scary.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb whore.
Can I
Yes, it
really
is.
impress the class star Monika with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel anxiety welling up inside of me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food.
Hey, Perry, since we're already here, do you want to walk home together?
That's right. Sayori and I never walk home together anymore because she's always stayed after school for clubs. Sure, might as well.
Yay!
With that, the two of us depart the classroom and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monnikabot. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to go closer to one of these girls. And bang. I mean, and bang. Alright. I just need to make the
I
most
have
of my
done
circumstance. And sure, good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight.
Ah, Perry. Who are you gonna impress with your poem?
Oh man. Let's see here. We have to be very romantic because this is a Valentine's Day school. We'll go,
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that, guys.
Eternity is
I was about
very
to say-
romantic.
I was gonna say eternity.
Climax.
Oh,
Climax.
yeah, definitely.
Valentine's
definitely,
is very
definitely.
important.
Vertigo.
Yes, yes.
Vertigo.
It's
Uh,
silly.
Definitely gotta be jumpy.
I was gonna say, yeah, jumpy for sure. Let's be honest.
Jumpy?
here.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
gotta
you know,
be jumpy.
Jumpy,
A
and then climax, and then
Okay,
eternity.
okay. Lust. There's a lot of lust.
Lust,
Like that
lust,
hand
lots of
down.
lust.
Bed.
Oh, that
bed,
lust makes
bed,
very happy.
Melancholy.
Bed. Okay.
Melancholy.
Lazy.
Adventure, fun, wonderful, spinning.
Misery.
I'm kind of feeling that fluffy shit.
Lazy.
Adventure, because sometimes you get adventurous. They do different
I mean,
things.
Oh, but true love is about being able to sit in silence and not do anything.
Spinning.
we're going with
Flower.
fluffy. Doki Doki.
Massacre.
Doki. Wait.
Romance. There's literally one for romance.
Oh, there you go.
Crimson.
Friends.
Valentine.
Perfect.
Email.
Vibrant candy.
Email.
We don't want to worry about commitment.
Email.
Then why did we pick eternity?
Email.
Because you're weak.
Vivid?
Email.
We want to go
Kibo.
vivid?
Kibo, chant with me.
Giggle.
Kibo, chant with me. Email.
Email. Email. Email.
Awesome.
Daddy.
Look, nobody hears daddy. Nobody hears
Oh my
that.
God.
Peppa Pig. I mean, Papa Pig.
Damn it. Oh yeah, milk. Milk is perfect.
Natsuki loves milk.
Oh man.
Secretive.
After image. Starscape. Uncontrollable.
I was gonna say uncontrollable.
Uncontrollable.
Absolutely. Explode? Right?
Explode.
Right?
That's it.
Explode for
Gotta
sure.
explode.
Okay, okay,
Fireworks.
okay.
Fireworks.
Fireworks?
Fireworks, okay.
Are we going? Are we
Hell
taking
yeah.
fireworks over Rose though?
Well,
I think we should go for
climax in there.
vivacious.
I feel like we need Rose because of Valentines.
Okay.
That's fair.
Sayori likes
Oh.
Rose.
Warm.
Headphones.
Whose phones?
Head.
Headphones.
So no head?
Somebody's probably gonna lose him at some point.
Heart.
Aura.
Dazzle!
Anxiety.
Anxiety.
That's fair. Valentine's is kind of anxious.
Okay.
Kawaii!
Hawaii
Yes.
does?
Hawaii.
Okay, okay. Cheeks.
Cheeks.
Skirt.
Cheeks?
Gotta pull them cheeks.
Cheeks?
Or make them clap.
Suicide.
Oh my god.
Suicide.
Material girl.
Whirl.
Excuse me.
Chocolate.
Entropy. Oh,
I'm okay
yeah.
with chocolate.
I was gonna say, it has to be
Unstable.
chocolate. Okay, okay,
Oh,
okay.
I wonder who we impressed the most. I feel like probably Yuri.
Me
Oh, I can
too.
Monnikabot.
Hi again, Perry the Chad. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Ahaha.
Ha 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 ha. Shut up, fucking
Don't worry
robot.
about it. This might be a little strange for me, but at least I kept my word. Well, I'm back at the Literature Club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out.
Oh shit.
Some more than others.
Wow!
Thanks for keeping your promise, Perry the Chad. I was really afraid we'd have to hunt you down. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it can be very hard when you're stupid.
Come on, like he deserves any slack. Zero, he told me. He didn't even want to fucking do it in the club this year anyway. That was horrible. And last year too, dude's just lazy. Like, don't lift weights, just comes here to hang out with my fucking cupcakes. It's got so much protein in it.
What?
I feel
You
like
don't
you're
take it
no power
seriously.
hungry.
We're gonna crush your skull.
Okay. Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone with small titties. Oh, for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. My bad.
Natsuki finds herself stuck
Wide
between
awake.
saying Monica and manga.
Manga is literature.
It has pictures. I doubt it.
Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plots back into her seat.
Don't worry, guys. Chad over here always gives it his best as long as he's having fun. He helps me with busy work without me even asking.
You guys are fucking, aren't you?
We're just friends.
That's what they all say at first.
I'm a little more depressed than I was 2 seconds ago before she said that we're just friends.
It's okay. It happens to everyone. Do you want to go kill a rabbit with me after school?
Okay.
I'm uncomfortable. Like cooking, cleaning my room.
How dependable.
Get the fuck away from my man.
Sayori, that's because your room is so messy it's distracting. You almost set your house on fire once.
Is that so?
I almost did that too, when I tried to summon Gorthelbog. You two are really good friends, aren't you? Almost too good.
Who's
I just
the
gained
bug?
another depression point.
I might be a little jealous.
You know, I don't need my friend to friend zone me. Over, you know, the guy.
How come? You and Perry the Chat can become good friends. Friends, too.
I want to stab him and make him a sacrifice.
Sayori!
Hmm?
As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into.
Oh, Yuri even brought you something today, you know.
Wait, Sayori.
This
Eh?
is revenge, bitch.
Me?
This is revenge.
It's nothing really.
Don't be shy.
It's really nothing. It's not ready yet.
What is it?
A dildo.
Never mind. You don't want it anyway. Sayori made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. Seriously, leave it alone. What do I do?
I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking.
I guess that just means it's up to me to rescue this situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place because I just got here. So if any next gesture from you is quite a pleasant surprise, is your chest? I mean, is it in a chest? Is it in a box? It'll make me happy no matter what.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, I won't make a big deal out of it if you don't want it to be.
Show me your big
Alright.
deals.
Show me your boobs.
Definitely when you're more developed, Sayori. Well, here.
Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book.
I didn't want you to feel left out. So, I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. I also had a fermented monkey paw for you, but I forgot that at home. It's a short read though, so it should keep your attention, even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. It's about Clifford. It's a pretty scary book.
How is this girl accidentally being so cute?
It's a trap!
She even picked out a book for me she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much? Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. You know, I like dogs. And this here looks like a spooky ass dog. I enthusiastically take the book.
Oh, thank God I went to the children's section of the bookstore so I could find you something. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I know you're a little slow, so it'll take you a while. I look forward to hearing what you think. Why is he so red?
Now that everyone's settled in,
dog?
I expected Monica to kick off with some scheduled activities for the club. That
Yeah.
doesn't seem to be the case.
I can
Sayori
kick
and
above
Monica
my
are
head.
having a cheery conversation in the corner.
Kick.
Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help
Yeah.
but notice her intensive expression
Yeah.
like she was waiting for the chance.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet.
Kibo, why are you just vigorously in the corner going, yeah?
Ah!
I hear Natsuki utter an exasperated sigh from within the closet. She seems to be annoyed by something.
You're a gorilla. I'm reading a book.
I approach her in case she needs a hand.
Kick.
You looking for something in there?
Yes? Fucking Monica.
Fucking Monica.
Kick.
Never puts my shit back in the right spot.
Kibo.
What's the point of keeping it organized? Someone else is just gonna mess it up.
Natsuki slides a bunch of stacked books and boxes across the shelf.
Kick.
Manga?
You read manga, right?
Sometimes.
Don't lie to me.
Manga is one of those things where you can't admit that you're really into unless you figure out where the other person stands. How did you know, anyway?
I heard you bring it up at some point. Plus, manga is love. Manga is life. Like weights! Plus, all over your face.
What's that supposed to be? I see. It's a lone volume of manga amidst a stack of various books on the side of one of the shelves. Curious, I pull it out of the stack.
Ick.
Ah! You found it! Give it to me.
Natsuki snatches it out of my hand. She then turns to the box of manga and slips the volume right into the middle of the rest.
Fine. Everything is in order now. My new encyclopedia of modern bodybuilding!
Thank you, Kaden.
Thank you, Air.
So satisfying seeing it all complete in one section. Literally drives you fucking crazy if you're missing one.
I know the feel. I get a closer look at the box set she's admiring. Parfait Girl.
No!
It's a series I've never heard of in my life. That probably means it's either way out of my demographic or it's simply terrible.
New record.
If you're gonna judge, go through the glass on that door and go lift some dumbbells.
She points to the classroom door. Hey, I wasn't judging or anything. I didn't even say anything.
It was the tone of your voice.
Tone of my voice.
But I'll tell you one thing, Perry the Chad. Consider this a lesson straight from the Literature Club. Don't judge a book by its cover. In fact,
Natsuki pulls out the first volume of Parfait Girls from the box.
Don't judge a book by a cover unless
I'm
it's
gonna
written
show
if
you
it's really that big and scary.
exactly why. Take this. It was written by the one and true Mr. Olympia, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
She shoves the book
Yeah,
right
ow,
into my hands.
Ow.
Ah.
Ow. Ow.
I stare at the cover. It features 4 girls in colorful attire striking animated feminine poses. It's exceedingly moe.
Yuri, I pulled a muscle.
Now,
Just
that
stand
sounds
there.
like a problem for you robot. I don't even have muscles.
I have muscles. I am human.
I know you're not. I spilled tea on you the other day. You just kept on saying dick over and over again.
Bitch.
What? Natsuki grabs my arm and pulls me out of the closet. She then takes a seat against the wall beneath the windowsills. Pats on the ground next to her, signaling me to sit there. Wouldn't chairs be more comfortable? I take my
You
seat.
can't reach them.
Chairs wouldn't work. Plus, this helps out with the glutes. And we can read at the same time from the same book.
Eh? Why's that? I mean, I guess it's easier to be close together like this.
Exactly. Plus, bonding time.
Monnikabot, I think Natsuki has a thing for him.
Aside from that, you're embarrassing.
Accessing memory banks.
God. Makes me feel low.
Agreed.
Natsuki crosses her arm and scooches an inch away from me. Sorry. I didn't exactly expect to be sitting this close to her either. Not that I can say it's particularly a bad thing. I open the book. It's only a few seconds before Natsuki once again inches closer, reclaiming the additional space while she hopes I won't notice. I can feel her peering over my shoulder, much more eager to begin reading than I am.
Wow. I forgot how long it's been since I read the beginning of this. God, he's so inspirational.
Mode
God,
animation conversation,
Natsuki's
play
getting on a
sound,
tangent
yeah.
again.
Conga.
Look at that little
Monnikabot,
nerd bitch on the
Natsuki.
floor.
Yuri Cyber. I'll have to get back with you on that one.
Never skip leg day.
Huh?
Kick.
You don't go back and flip through all the older volumes every now and then?
Of course not. I committed all the memory. What do you think I am? Plus, I haven't actually completely finished it anyway, so. Are you reading? Are you paying attention?
I am, but nothing's really happened yet, so I can't talk at the same time.
Keyboard, I kind of think Natsuki is kind of a weirdo.
It looks like it's a bunch of friends in high school. typical slice of life affair. I kind of grew out of these since it's rare for the writing to be entertaining enough to make up for the lack of plot. So, what should I expect from this? Is there going to be a plot?
The plot is gains, and they're yours to get. You
That
think I
sounds
would
like
enjoy
some
something
weird
that didn't have
isekai.
gains? That's it. Look at me. I am peak physical prowess. You know what I mean. Plus, a lot of the beginning is about simple things, not going too hard, building up your stamina until you can really get into it.
Natsuki, stop trying to flex on my boyfriend.
Not your
This is
boyfriend!
all there is.
Suki's back on her bullshit. Everyone hide the mirrors before she starts flexing again. It's kind of weird.
He'd break them anyway.
Talks about how dairy is a great source of protein for you. And ice cream is dairy. Listen to it. Read it. They talk about Schwarzenegger and Larry. He's got great traps.
Who the fuck is Larry?
Plus, it's still fucking great. It's entertaining as shit.
Leisure suit.
Oh.
Yeah, there's also a drama like Larry, Schwarzenegger, Robbie Coleman. Dude, they go fucking at it.
Oh my god.
And then eventually, they start to get into each other a little bit too much, if you know what I mean. And it's just, let me tell you, you don't expect it to take that turn. Like, these are like peak bodybuilding, ripped, muscling, not as ripped as me, not as big as me, but like way more
having a
competitive.
conversation with
Suki.
yourself.
Suki's kind of gone crazy again. I'll get the elephant tranquilizer.
There's so many touching parts. I can't help it.
That's so. It sounds like you really know what you're talking about. Maybe I underestimated you.
Right where you stuck in.
Of course you did. Wait. Hang on. What do you mean by that?
Natsuki gives me a little shove. I just meant that I haven't seen you at your full power.
Nobody can handle me in my full power.
Natsuki gives me a little shove, flies through the wall.
You know, this chapter here, it seems like they're talking about baking. This is
She
just a
poked
guess, but I mean, is there a lot of baking in this manga?
Well,
Natsuki pauses for a moment, as if doesn't want to admit something.
And it creates a bullet wound.
yeah. Talks about making protein into cupcakes and shit. Wait, why does that even matter?
It doesn't. I was just curious. Since you enjoy baking too, right?
That's I don't coincidence. I just happened to get into lifting and baking with protein around the same time I started reading this. I mean, like I'd get into anything because it's in manga. I feel bad for anyone that's that impressionable.
Wasn't the first thing you read One Punch Man?
100 squats, 100 push-ups, 100 jumping jacks, and a 10-kilometer run!
Definitely not a coincidence. I guess that
I
explains Natsuki's interest in baking.
I can't imagine what the other three are really doing, so I'm kind of just imagining them all just kind of standing around and staring at these two.
Still, of all hobbies to pick up from a manga, it's definitely one of the better ones. Not to mention she's really good at it, so who am I to judge?
Oh, how cute.
We read on for a few more minutes. I finished a couple of chapters at this point.
It was agonizing.
Are you sure this isn't boring? you?
It's not.
Even though you're just kind of sitting there watching me read?
I like watching you read.
All right.
That's kind of creepy, even for
Doing
me.
it.
If you
You
if-
want
if
to kill
say-
rabbits after school?
If you say so.
I'm doing to please Garthelbog.
Yuri, you would do the same
I
thing.
guess it's fun sharing something you like with someone else, you know, when it's not killing rabbits after school. I always get excited when I convince any of my friends to pick up series I enjoy. You know what I mean?
What?
You smell different when you read.
I
You-
guess we impressed
Don't?
Natsuki the most with our poem.
That's not quite. I wouldn't really know.
You mean? Don't you share your manga with your friends?
Could you not rub it in? I'm aware that I'm the smallest person in the fucking room right now. Like, jeez.
It's because the steroids.
Sorry. No, I just figured everyone in the club, you guys kind of like share stuff.
I've tried. They don't want to read this. They can't handle it. They can't handle the swole.
Hey, Monica, can you do me a favor and load up the file where it says that I fucking asked?
I can't
Oh,
even
wait,
breathe
that's right,
with them without
that's
being
right.
online.
No, it's not.
What the
Like-
fuck
like
are
fucking-
you even coming at me for, you dumb bitch?
I'm not going to you, Monica. You're supposed to help me go to Suki, you fuck.
Yeah? You still haven't grown out of that yet? Makes me want to punch him in the face!
You know, I know these kinds of people. Honestly, it takes a lot of effort to find friends who don't judge, much less friends who are also into it, you know? You feel?
judge.
I'm already kind of a loser, so I guess I gravitate toward other losers over time?
That's kind of sad, even for me.
Harry, I'm a loser. Pick me. Pick me.
But it's probably harder for someone
You're
like
such
you.
a pick me girl, Sayori.
You're definitely not a loser. Like look at those arms, those quads.
Mm,
They're all implants. Don't let her fool you.
I will crush your head like a grape.
Wait, which part?
I mean, my parents don't understand me.
Natsuki,
They
your
judge me
boobs
for
are
the
like great.
weights. He can't handle my power, my body. But at least it's safe here. Except Monica's kind of a bitch about it.
I heard that.
Good, freaky robot.
Activating gun arms.
She has good arms. That's fucking cool. Do you mind if I
Error.
borrow those after school?
I can't win here. I need to get more swole.
Well, I mean, it paid off in the end, didn't it? You have friends now? And I'm here, you know, I'm here enjoying this very masculine baking adventure of two men who really like baking.
Look, it's not like it solves any of my problems, okay?
Hey, maybe, I just make you feel better. At least you're enjoying yourself now, right?
You know. So, gonna keep reading? Alright. That's enough. Seriously though, you gotta keep reading or what? Like,
yeah.
Are we
I-
reading or
the
are we
comments that
enough?
I've seen her. It's kind of scary.
I flip the page. Suddenly, Natsuki starts laughing.
Ah, there it is.
I totally forgot that happened.
Natsuki puts her finger on one of the panels.
Schwarzenegger is my favorite character.
Guys, that book is blank.
Guys, the book's in Braille.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bad for him when she's so unlucky. But it gets especially bad when... Oh, wait a minute. I shouldn't be talking about that yet. Keep reading. It gets better. Finish the chapter.
Natsuki's voice sparkles with excitement. It's a stark contrast to her usually bossy tone, but if she's not used to sharing her favorite manga with her friends, I can understand why. It's hard to express in words the feelings you get when connecting with someone like that. And being able to provide Natsuki, for whom it's a rare experience, the thought makes me smile a little to myself.
Hey everyone,
Eh?
are you all ready with today's poems?
Like, of course I am. I mean, could your timing be any worse?
Shut up. I'm the club president. You are a low lackey. Sorry, just need to make sure we have enough time. Though you do look pretty cozy over there. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
Yeah. What? What'd you say?
Natsuki suddenly notices how close she's gotten. She hastily
Raising
slides
voice
herself a
volume.
good 12 inches away from me. Alright, guess I'll stop here for now. I close the book and hand it towards Natsuki.
You're just giving it back? Don't you want to know what happens?
I mean, yeah, but Monika just said.
Don't be dumb. Who gives a shit about that? She's fucking like... Pansy. Take it home with you. Like...
You
Come
really
on.
do love testing your lord, don't you?
Is that really alright? I say that mostly because I didn't plan on using my spare time to read this.
I wouldn't have said to take it home if it wasn't okay. Like... It would genuinely take you forever because you're like elementary grade school reading level. Let's finish that one before tomorrow, and we can start the next one. Side note, if it's bent, I'm going to tear you limb from limb, and then I'm gonna have Yuri over there eat your intestines.
I don't eat intestines, they're for Garbog!
But, you want me to do this all by tomorrow? I only got part way through the volume so far. I might fall behind on some shows if I try to get through this. But I suppose that's a necessary sacrifice in exchange for seeing Natsuki's enthusiastic face.
Yes.
Or am I more scared of what will happen if I don't finish it? Alright then. I stand up. I return to where I put my stuff and carefully slip the book into my bag.
By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night?
Hello, Lolly King.
Hello, Lolly King.
Yeah? My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before.
Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with? I can't wait!
You fucking pick me?
Sayori and Monika enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori's is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monika wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monika's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags.
Monica's handwriting looks like it was printed, even though it wasn't.
I do the same myself. Oh man.
Oh. Who's your favorite? Pick.
I have to go with my bestie, right? I'm definitely more comfortable with sharing with Sayori first. My good friend, after all.
Would be called bestie
Is
instead
it
of.
because you two are fucking?
Just friends!
I don't know, I
Nah.
kinda think you're fucking.
They're
She's
definitely
so
fucking.
gang.
They're so fucking... so cute.
This is a good poem, Perry!
Are you sure it's your first time?
That's what she said to him the last time they fucked.
Shut up, Yuri.
of-
Mind your own fucking business for once in your life.
Of course.
I don't think I will.
It's not that good. Am I the only kind of guy who would be writing poems in his spare time?
Oh, let's cut the bullshit. We both know that I'll like it no matter what you write because it's yours. Oh, I mean, I guess you're right. But that's why it impressed me. Well, to be honest, I was afraid that you wouldn't do it seriously. Or that you wouldn't write one at all. I'm really happy just that you wrote one. Even if it clearly looks like it was written for Natsuki for some reason. It just reminds me of how you really are part of this club now.
Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room? Well, you know, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break my promise.
See? It's like I said before, Perry. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people? That's something that only really good people do.
Just, you know, I gotta keep the Chad in the name, you know? And if I don't do Chad-like things, then that kind of defeats the purpose.
Okay, come on. We
But
both know that I'm
thanks.
just trying to hype you up. Everybody here knows that you're clearly just doing this to get into everyone's skirt.
I'm not sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motive here.
Never mind everything that I just said.
Then again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined.
Dab, dab,
Oh.
dab, 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 dab.
Eyes
dab.
up, Guardian.
Knowing how much this means to her and all.
You dab. Yeah.
Hello, Buggy. Also, thank you for the follow.
Yeah. And I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? Wink wonk.
Fuck
That
is a
would be
wink
my
wonk.
way of thanking you. Wink wonk, wink wonk.
All right. You know, I'm gonna hold you to it then.
But mostly just hold me. Yay!
They're so fucking.
Now you'll read my poem too. 1 depression point lost. Don't worry, I'm really bad at this.
Well, we'll see about that.
Okay, we're all gonna read our own poems, okay?
Okay.
That's good to me.
Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above, the sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever. But I'm not mad. I want breakfast.
Bravo! Bravo!
Bravo! Encore!
Sayori, this is just a guess, but did you wait until the morning to write this?
No! Just a little bit.
You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question.
Just a little bit I can. I forgot to do it last night.
Well, at least that makes me feel a little bit better about myself.
I mean, don't be mean. I still tried my best.
Yeah, it was still good. It's still good right. I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem.
I tried my best, and I tried my breakfast.
It came out nice, or how should I put it? It sounds just like you.
That's a compliment. Really?
Yeah. Especially that last line there.
I made eggs and toast!
Even though you were late to school.
It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky.
Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me.
This was so much fun. Monica's the best. Don't.
The robot.
Ah, yeah.
But the next time, I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever.
Well, I guess I will look forward to it.
You guess? 1 depression point gained.
See what this weirdo's up to. Yuri stares at the poem. A minute passes, more than enough time for her to finish reading.
Oh! Sorry, I didn't see you there. I forgot to start speaking. It happens sometimes.
It's fine. Don't force yourself. You can do it. Just breathe in, breathe out, kind of deal.
I'm not. I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hey Siri, how do you talk to a boy? No, not how to buy a toy. God. Okay.
I can Google results.
Thank you, Monica. This is your first time writing a poem, right?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Because I can tell it's really fucking bad, but it's okay. I'm just making sure. I guess it might be after reading through it. It's kind of ass.
So you say it's not good, huh?
I wouldn't say it's not good. It's just really fucking awful. Like, it hurt my eyes to read. Did I just raise my voice? I think I'm getting a little loud. I'm sorry.
Yuri buries her face into her hands. I couldn't help but notice it's been several minutes and we really haven't gotten anywhere. It might take Yuri a while to get used to new people. It's fine, really. I didn't really notice. What were you saying?
Right. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical for new writers, and yours is just that it's really bad. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate.
Let's just say Clifford started to look a little too advanced for you.
In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form-fit the two together. You didn't even do that! The end result is both the style and the expressiveness are weakened.
Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert.
I should never have recommended Clifford. Let's just say in reading, you can't hang with the big dogs yet.
I think I have another book for you. It's about the ABCs. You might need it. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for, even though your writing literally looks like just 20 different words pasted on a piece of paper.
I use newspaper cutouts.
There's so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem, but you couldn't even do that. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. And I think it's really challenging for you, by a lot. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. You might want to try learning how to read and write. It would help you. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. You really need it. Natsuki can be a bit biased, though. Her favorite show is Food Wars. Don't ask.
Biased? How?
Well, she kind of has a thing for, bodybuilding. I shouldn't be talking about people like that, though, even though she's a coward. Sorry.
I will break you, Yuri!
Natsuki, please let me keep reading your poem.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? You know, learning by experience and all?
Please do, but just realize that this is like the Necronomicon. Once you read it, you're never going back. You're stuck forever. I'd love to share my thought process behind it, though.
Yuri smiles dreamily, as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club or some shit?
Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair... Tendrils? Yeah. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe. Which is something you clearly don't, because you kind of smell, but that's okay. Calm. Breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers. Whoops. I can't read either sometimes. I flicker back. It's kind of when Garglebug takes over my body. It's really weird.
Okay. It's just because your tits were blocking the view.
Thank you. I know they're pretty big. I don't have a heart. That's why I sold my soul for.
Your heart and your soul.
Listen, I had to give up one for each tit, okay?
Okay.
I gave up.
Which
both
is
of
worth
my
more,
tits.
because your tits are uneven, so...
I can't tell you. They kind of just took them and gave them to me. I didn't have a choice.
You should ask for a partial refund.
I'll have to get to Garglebug once I get home. I'll have to bring him like 5 rabbits, though. That'll be fun. I'm sorry. I have such terrible handwriting.
Yuri has a fucking rabbit farm in her backyard.
No, I think my neighbors.
What? I wasn't thinking that at all.
What, the rabbits or the writing?
The writing.
Oh, yeah, that. We're still on that. But it took you a long time to read.
I'm really bad at reading cursive, you know? I actually think your handwriting's really pretty. It's very... Lots of loop-de-loops, you know?
Are you just trying to look at my boobs?
No, not at all.
Well, that's kind of a relief, because I would have shown you if you wanted, but it's fine.
I also like the poem.
That's what they all say.
You know, it's short, it was really descriptive, you know? Like...
It wasn't too short, was it?
Are we playing Doki or are we watching Ghost Stories?
I usually write longer poems, but I know you have a hard time with Clifford, so I want to go easy on you this time.
No, Clifford, big spook dog. I'm like...
That's what I'm saying!
I'm like 3 pages in.
3 pages? That's a lot, but I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest, though. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. I'm way fucking crazier. But, you know, something easy to digest, I suppose. I don't know if you're like a pussy or something yet.
Are you
No.
into Ghost, Yuri?
What I do in my own time is my own thing, okay? I don't ask you what you're doing with Sayori.
I guess that is her most mild poem.
Actually,
I thought about
the
it.
story isn't about a ghost at all, Perry the Chad.
Really? I must have totally missed the point.
It was about streetlights,
Eyes up, Guardian.
obviously. I suppose you did only glance over it once after all. But I remember the poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. I feel like you like pictures more than words. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only the... Oh, Jesus Christ. The subject of the poem is
I feel
only
you, buddy.
symbolically compared to a ghost.
Are you regretting your voice choice?
Oh, entirely, but I have to keep it in character.
Also, Gothic-Kinsey, hello, welcome.
I'll just have to sacrifice 3 more rabbits for better lungs. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past. Well, for someone who's fucking shy, she talks a lot. It's good to be left with nothing.
That's a lot more solemn, putting it more that way. Also, are you okay? Do you need a inhaler or something?
I think I need some tea. If you could just like go get me my tea.
I hadn't even thought about that, but you know, I can go check the closet.
Yeah, just watch out, cause Natsuki might be in there with her fucking cupcakes again.
That's
I
impressive.
have just the
They're
tea to help
delicious.
you. I
Oh my
heard
God.
that the senior popular girl has a cheating boyfriend.
Oh my god! It's my lucky dick! It's nothing really.
It just sunk in that Pat doesn't know what happens in this game. Yeah.
I know what happens. I've never played the game. I know the basic gist of it. I know what
nothing either,
happened.
dude. I know fucking
Oh.
nothing about this. We're both in this, right?
Great acting. Someone should get this person an acting award.
Like, Cyber, I imagine you're in the same boat. Like, we know the end, but we
I
don't
don't.
know the
No, I
events
don't know
leading-
No,
anything.
it's
That's the
fine.
thing.
It's
you
perfectly
you
fine.
legit
I
don't.
literally
No,
know
it's
nothing.
okay. It's okay.
I literally see Yuri, and the first thing that comes to mind is she's the fucking type of girl where on the outside she looks shy, but she's a fucking psychopath on the inside. And I'm starting to feel like that's true based on the poem and the way she's talking.
Oh no, no,
Wait.
you're fine. It's fine.
Can you name your impression for all of the characters?
Yeah.
So Sayori is the kind of gal where she has a thing for the the MC, but she is very obvious about it, but wants to act like she's not. But everyone clearly fucking sees it that she wants to fuck the MC. Natsuki seems like the kind of person who's little angry gremlin girl, but like has the sweet side, and she doesn't want anyone to know or she'll break their fucking nose. Monica has no personality. I don't have a proper reading of Monica yet. And then Yuri, like I just said, she's just, shy on the outside but ready to fucking murder on the inside. Like she gets pleasure from it.
Okay.
I don't know how spot on I am to these characters.
Pretty close.
You are right about them, but not. But
Oh,
you're missing
no.
some key points that makes them special.
Oh no.
It's okay. You'll learn in due time. I am setting up a command real quick. I did not have this pre.
I'll tell you what though, when I decided to do that voice for Yuri, I thought she was gonna be shy, so it'd be something that wouldn't strain my voice. And
Dude.
I'm too far in now to change it. Like it has to happen.
Like it's.
I'm with you. I'm fucking with you.
I
You
did
gotta-
tell you both that it is a dating sim.
What you have to do, Savior, is whenever you want to talk, you have to like stand up and like just like flex the entire time and just feel angry.
No, I'm doing that. I'm just sitting down with it. 100% that's what's happening. I'm over here doing like fucking like poses and shit and flexing while I'm screaming my lungs out.
I agree that Monica
And also
is
trying
right.
not to choke
Can
while I'm
I-
eating my lunch.
Can I be honest about something? When Savior said that he was gonna do like a buff voice and he's playing Natsuki, I honestly thought he was gonna be like, "Have you ever heard of the Macho Man Randy Savage?
I was
thought
trying
he
to
was gonna
chill
be
it
like
a
that
little bit, I'm not gonna
too.
lie.
What you gonna do when the Macho Man makes you cupcakes at the Literature Club?"
Oh man, but yeah, no. All
There
the
is
characters
no
have
equal.
a fun little quirk about them
It's okay.
that I can't spoil, but they're all doozies.
Material girls.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's
We're
That's
uptown girls.
Just remember that it won't be long before you pick up on these things too, like learning how to read properly.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll just have to keep trying.
I'm counting on you, because if you can't learn how to read, then that's pretty whack, yo.
All right. So before I do this, I gotta make sure. Are we okay? Because I'm gonna go off script here. Are we cool if I use like lyrics for this poem?
Go with it.
Sure.
Hey,
No,
Yes.
let's do it.
First,
Hey.
first you're evaluating my poem.
Well, let's start with the things I don't like. Right. Sorry. First of all, it's shit.
Natsuki rereads my poem.
Smells like it too.
Like, it's so bad. I'm not gonna give you feedback.
What's the point of sharing in the first place if you're not gonna give me the feedback? I
Fuck
wrote this
you,
when I could have been
that's
doing
fine.
other things.
Probably should have. Like, wait.
In fact, remember how I said I wanted to read your poems when we were reading over in the corner, you know?
Hey, have you guys done today's Wordle yet?
That's what I had in mind when writing this, is that I would be able to read yours.
I've done it.
Like Monica said.
Wordle.
Well, I would be more comfortable sharing my poem if yours was remotely legible.
That's like kind of mean, yo.
You were supposed to show me some great poem and make me go, ha! Well, that's not that great. But let me show you what real literature is like.
Swear to God, if it's just Food Wars.
And you went. And
You literally
ruined
told
it.
me my writing was shit.
I hope you're happy.
Yeah, but the poem that we wrote was
So in
one
other
that
words, you're saying you
she
liked it, right?
Of course I liked it.
yeah,
Natsuki's
was
retort
phenomenal!
gets caught in her throat.
we got most points with her, so she likes her poem. She thinks it's good.
You're so... You just don't get it though, do you? I already told you. You don't have to go announcing it to the world. Like you're self-important.
Sure you never actually said that? I say that mostly to myself. Natsuki must really hate me or something. Can't figure it out if it's a win or a loss that she liked my poem. Getting mixed signals. In any case, you still need to show me yours, right?
Fine, I guess. Only because that robot bitch will make me if I don't.
Don't talk
Not
about
a
Monica
robot.
like that.
Thank you, Yuri.
You're
I
welcome,
love
Monica.
you, Yuri.
No,
Monica, I love you too.
Mwah.
Lex,
Oh my God, I got kissed by a
muscles
robot.
tight.
I'm not a
Make
robot,
you
Yuri.
steel. Flesh delight. We are born out of storm and thunder. Raised, we tear the world asunder. Send in the darkest hour. We start pumping iron
I
power.
feel like he was just reading the catchphrase to Green Lantern, but it's okay, I guess.
Natsuki, that is not what your poem said when I read it earlier.
You know,
I gotta get fucking water.
I kind of thought that, you know, Perry couldn't read, but I guess you can't really read either, even though you wrote it.
She can't even read her own handwriting.
That's because you don't read your writing. You feel it from the depth of your muscle.
Yeah, but like, the depth of your muscle was nowhere near the words on the paper.
That's because it came from the strongest muscle in your body, the heart.
Well, then why didn't you write that?
Because that was the wrong way to go about it. I was using the dumb muscle, the brain. You gotta
feel
use the heart.
I feel like you don't have a brain because you could barely spell the words on that paper.
It's the
Yeah.
heart. I told you, you weren't gonna like it. It's about the true beauty of the world.
I liked it. I thought it was kind of cool.
Don't
What?
feed her ego. Her muscles are big enough.
A
It was
fellow muscle
confused,
lover.
not cool.
It's okay. It's okay. We're good. Just be honest with me. Just be honest.
I am. I thoroughly enjoyed your poem. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it?
Well, look at the other people in here.
I have big boobs.
Everybody thinks it's gotta be all brainy and smart and shit, when really, it's just through the heart, man. The best
just know how to
muscle in the
write.
body. People don't take it seriously.
But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Like, you can express yourselves, like, a different way, you know? You can, the heart, the brain, the sad, the breakfast.
Breakfast! Wizard of Oz.
Your writing style wouldn't have made your message any less valid.
Yes, exactly. You gotta love the muscle. I like when it's easy to read, but you feel it in the depths of your soul.
Just like that guy who makes
Like it's
paintings of bears using barbecue sauce and piss.
What?
I
I know
don't
what you're talking about. I hate it.
Y'all need to
See?
stop.
Everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening when they don't have the muscle to back it up. So I decided to go from deep in myself rather than reading this paper.
Yeah, I understand you completely. Like, honestly, 10 out of 10, same.
But the other nice thing is that on simple writing is that it does put more weights on the wordplay, which, like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. So helps bring out the feeling in that last line.
That's a
the
key.
iron power.
So you did do it on purpose. I noticed that. I felt that. I guess more went into it than I actually realized, but now that you're saying it, I got you. I understand.
See, that's what I like about you, Perry the Chat. That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something from my greatness. I really didn't expect that from myself, and I bet you didn't either. Huh?
Yeah, honestly, I guess not. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki is feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her.
Monica. Hi, Barry the Chad. Having a good time so far?
Yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. I'm always listening. I'm always listening.
I think she's stuck again. Did someone spill tea on her again?
Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay?
Yeah, alright. I'll keep that in mind.
I'm always listening.
Of course, I'll definitely be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in.
Anyway, I connected to the web, and I found the poem that Natsuki copy-pasted onto the paper.
It's kind of embarrassing, but like, if I have to.
Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, Perry the Chad. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon.
Hey, Natsuki, you want to see something funny?
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
What?
I had Monica my poem.
Hey, Monica, divide by 0.
Monica?
She's rebooting. I told you she was a robot. Total robot move.
Monica, you okay?
I am back. Never do that fucking shit again.
You know, honestly, I didn't think it would work, but I'm glad it did.
I'm reading a poem. Please shut the fuck up.
Ow.
Mm-hmm.
No genius.
Reading. I read the whole thing in half of a second, but I need to seem like I am reading at a reasonable pace. Yes. I like it, Barry the Chad. I read it 800,000 times in the second that it took me to make all those noises.
Really?
Yes. It's a lot cuter than I expected. Ah ha 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 ha.
Oh, jeez.
No. It kind of makes me think of something Natsuki would write. And she's a good writer, too.
I don't know if you heard her poem. I doubt that.
At
Hello,
least
Horatius.
the ghost writer that she copy-pasted that from
We'll break
was.
you, Yuri.
That makes more sense.
So take that as a compliment.
Yeah, compliment, If you say so.
Yep. Affirmative. By any chance, have you read anything else? By Shel Silverstein.
I know that guy.
Eh?
Where the sidewalk ends.
Maybe a
Natsuki,
long
stop
time
grunting.
ago.
You don't know anything. You do not even know math.
You're right. I'm a failure, but I know weights.
The only math that Natsuki knows is how many times he's gotta pump the iron to get more muscle.
That's it.
Oh, and how many ounces of protein powder to put into the cupcakes. Remember that one.
The
As a
answer is
buff
all of it.
baker,
I
It's a
feel
trick.
I feel like Natsuki just eyes the protein, doesn't actually measure.
that would make her a terrible baker. As a buff baker, she can only count in dozens and half dozens.
Yes.
He's famous for telling all kind of stories in just a simple few words. His poems can be funny, endearing, or even sad. I don't know what those emotions are, but I'm learning. And sometimes they're only error. They might even feel like they're written for kids, but if you think about them, they can express views of the world that would apply to anybody,
I see.
including me.
You're saying that Natsuki is kind of like that?
Sort of. Maybe she's not an expert. But if you probably won't find much filler in her poems. They might be easy to write, but they're super challenging to get the meaning through. So I can see why it would be your kind of poem to explore.
I'm sure I'll end up trying a different thing a lot. I've never actually wrote poems, and if this is a daily thing that you guys do, it could take a while before I feel comfortable doing this.
Why am I trapped in this hell, where all we can do is talk about another character? I mean, that's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. Try picking me as a route in this game. Please. 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 Everyone else might be a little biased towards their own kinds of styles. But not me. I only choose on factual content alone. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Ah ha 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 ha. No, like this. Ah ha 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 ha. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Thank you, Natsuki. Don't
I still
worry,
don't like you.
I'm not very good.
It's kind of like when you make Siri say the LOL thing, and it's like LOL.
You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to be not very good.
Well, I do know everything.
Hashtag that.
Well, that's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know?
See, I feel that. 10 out of 10. Mood, as the kids say. Well,
As the
let's
youngins say.
read it then.
Saving you information on kids in database.
That's so bad.
Oh no.
And ooh,
Hole in wall. It couldn't have been me. See the direction the speckle protrudes. A noisy neighbor. An angry boyfriend. I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel, blind, like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retina's already scorched with a permanent copy of this meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out. And he, on the other side, was looking in. Dab. So, what do you think?
it's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback.
Ha. It's okay.
I'll give you some fucking feedback.
Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. I used all the data collected that I saw over the internet to provide the most efficient poem for enjoyment. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful.
What was the inspiration behind this one? You were talking about a hole and being on one side and being on the other side.
Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I thought I was looking at God, but it was a mirror. It's been influencing my poems a bit.
Looking at God, like in an epiphany?
Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that.
The only
because
God
it's kind
there
of
is
coming on strongly. Stop
is
interrupting
muscle.
me.
The
Stop
only-
interrupting me.
The only what you got is Gargle Bob.
Fucking Gorgo Bob.
I'm trying to talk about my whole experience, please.
I'm gonna go with phrasing.
It was a glorious hole.
Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other.
This is a strong type of confusion I'm feeling. No, it's fine. It's right there on the script. Like, you guys can see it, right? It's word for word. It's fine.
Anyway,
Honestly, too.
here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point.
Hey, Nanashi.
If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Everything I make is perfect. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow.
I pull up for 2 seconds and it's about holes. Yeah. It's
That's
fine.
my advice for today. Thanks
It's
for
like
listening.
It's like a radio station.
Thank you for listening, dear viewer.
Phew! I guess that was everyone. I glance around the room. That was a little bit more stressful than I anticipated.
Yeah,
I'm kind of scared of Monica a little more now.
yeah.
It's as if everyone is judging me and my mediocre writing abilities. And then Monika reset twice during our exchange. Even though
Yeah.
they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs, right? This is a literature club, after all. And I'm only on page 4 of Clifford the Big Red Dog.
You have a long way to go. There's like 20 pages.
I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monika are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They're gingerly exchanging sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems.
Natsuki, I'm really afraid that someone's just gonna like give you a paper cut and it's gonna hit one of your veins and you're gonna pop like a balloon with all those muscles.
That's where you're wrong. Because you see, I have such wonderful control of these muscles that I can stop the blood flow at any time.
As they read in tandem, I watch as their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly.
Oh yeah. What's with this language? I don't get it.
Did you say something, little angry gremlin?
Don't worry about it.
Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand.
I guess you can call this fancy.
Ah, thanks. I guess you wouldn't understand. You're just like cupcakes. But, yours is cute.
Did you completely miss the symbolism on the muscle and the gains, Yuri? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up on your dreams and pursuing the greatness that
The
is.
only gains you're having are the gaining of depression, I guess.
Wow!
How can that be cute?
When are we reading the Hungry Hungry Caterpillar pop-up book? Probably next episode.
I know that, Natsuki, but at the same time, you kind of like went into a monologue while I was reading your poem. Something about pumping iron and thunderstorms. But, you know, the paper says stuff about eagles, and that's just a little confusing. So, it's cute, I guess. But I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice.
Well, it fucking came off wrong. Can't believe you have to try to come up with something nice to say, and it's that difficult for you. Thanks, I guess, but it was kind of dickish.
I mean, it's not my fault you can't write, but, well, I do have a couple of suggestions.
If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked somebody I actually liked. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it. And so did Perry the Chad. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First, what you gotta do?
Excuse me. First of all, Sayori just agrees with everyone. Second, Perry can barely read Clifford the Big Red Dog, so that's not an achievement. But I appreciate the offer. I've spent a long time establishing my rating style, and I'm not gonna listen to someone who can just be taken down with a piece of paper. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring, unlike yours, which is just baking, which, you know, I haven't yet.
You know what, Yuri?
And Perry liked my poem too, you know, because it's called Class, but at the same time, he can barely read, so it doesn't mean much. He even told me he was impressed by it. But to be fair, he also got impressed by Clifford, so...
Natsuki suddenly stands up.
Oh. I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to fuck the new member, Yuri.
That's not true. Sayori's the one fucking him. I just like Gorgobog. You're just...
Yuri stands up as well.
Maybe you're just jealous that Perry appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours, mainly because you can barely read.
And how did you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? We were talking about games.
I don't know if you noticed this, but he's kind of scrawny, so I don't know how gains help him. But, you know, if I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. But I didn't. I openly talked about killing someone.
Is everything okay?
Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Perry the Chad started showing up.
I sacrificed my heart and soul for these tits! Fuck you!
Fuck you!
Natsuki, that's a little.
This doesn't stop me, robot bitch!
I'm sorry, Monica. I didn't mean that. I love you. I just don't like this Natsuki bitch.
Fucking
I
Mike
don't
peeking.
like fighting, guys.
Come on, Sayori. No one asked you. Go fuck your new toy.
Suddenly, both girls turned to me as if they just noticed I was just standing there.
Perry! She's just trying to make me look bad, but she sort of looks bad.
Not true! She started it!
Stop flexing and actually use your words.
If she could get over itself and learn to appreciate that simple writing about gains and muscle is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point in making your poems so convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader, not force him to figure it out. Help me explain that to a Perry.
Wait. There's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meanings the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, but it's also a waste, mainly considering you don't know many big words. You understand that, right, Perry?
Well,
You better pick me!
How did I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing. But whoever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. So of course, it's gotta be...
Of course you would pick your fucking toy! I'm doing. You guys are totally fucking each other.
Natsuki! Natsuki glares at me, drying up any words I had in my mouth. So instead, I turn to Yuri. Yuri? But Yuri's expression is so defenseless that I can't bring myself to say anything to her. Sayori?
Yeah. Eh?
Yeah. Everyone's fighting is making Sayori uncomfortable. You know? You guys are making her unhappy. You should probably tone it down.
Why
Sayori
do
can
you
go fuck
care
herself.
about how I feel?
How can you two keep fighting when you know you're making your friend feel like this? It's kind of a shitty move.
I care more, Monica.
Harry.
even I like the robot more.
So fucked up.
Anyway, that's her problem. It isn't about her. It's about which one you like
know-
more between me and that Yuri bitch.
You know, honestly, I could barely ever stand you, but I have to agree this one time just because I don't like Sayori.
What the fuck?
It's unfair for others to interject their own feelings into our conflict. It's kind of rude of you, Sayori.
Yeah, but Sayori wants to tell Yuri what a stuck-up jerk she's being.
You guys are kind of talking me off of a cliff right now.
Joke's on you. I'm already at the cliff. I was ready to jump, but Gorgobong says he needs a new sacrifice by noon. But she would never. It's your immaturity that's made her so upset in the first place, you big walking musclehead.
Excuse me? I will
Believe me,
push you. Are you listening to yourself?
that's the words coming out of my mouth.
This is
Eyes up, Guardian.
exactly why. Exactly why nobody likes
Stop!
Oh,
Natsuki, Yuri, I've gained like 80 depression points from this conversation. You guys are my friends. I just want everyone to get along and be happy.
this is the real world. That doesn't happen.
Also, Chance, welcome to my side of the world. Hello.
Nothing in this world is real. My friends are wonderful people. And I love them because of their differences.
Honestly, that's kind of sweet.
Depression point lost. Natsuki's poems. They're amazing because they give you so many feelings with just a few words. And Yuri's poems are amazing because they paint beautiful pictures in your head. Everyone's so talented. Except for Monika, I guess. Nobody cares about
How
Monika.
dare you talk about Monika like that?
Because
Well,
Well, don't you guys know? Didn't you guys notice that she wasn't an option?
I mean, yeah, it's
What?
kind of weird.
Natsuki's cute, and there's nothing wrong with that. And Yuri's boobs are the same as they always were.
That's not true. I sacrificed my heart and soul for these boobs.
Big and beautiful.
we'll be back.
You're
Sorry.
damn right.
Just like Fine Impression.
Wow.
And Natsuki's muscles.
Sayori.
My boobs are bigger than Natsuki's muscles, I swear to God.
And Monika's
Sayori
made a
stands
cloud.
up triumphantly. Monika stands behind her with a bewildered expression.
Hello.
I'll give
Please.
it tea.
I'm part of this game, right?
Yuri
Please.
rushes off. Natsuki sits down with a blank expression on her face, staring at nothing.
No.
So, this is why Sayori's the vice president.
The blink stare.
I whisper to Monika. She nods in return.
Yes. To be
Oh,
honest,
presentation.
I might come off as a good leader, but I can organize things. But I do not have the emotional capabilities to rally people behind me.
Monika is like fucking in programmed with Microsoft Excel.
I couldn't even bring myself to interject. The code would not allow me to.
Error.
As president, that's kind of embarrassing for me. Of me. For me.
She's
For of
shorting out
me.
again.
Ha 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 ha.
Nah. It's not that I can blame you or anything. I wasn't able to say anything either. What is the what that the people say? Bitches be cray.
Hey, what is that supposed to mean?
I guess that just means Sayori is amazing in her own ways, isn't she?
You could say that. Might be an airhead, but sometimes it's weirdly suspicious that she knows exactly what she's doing, you know?
I see. Take good care of her, okay? I would hate to see her get herself hurt.
That's like a little ominous. I'm not gonna lie, Monika.
That makes the two of us. You can count on me. I'll take good care of her. We're bestest friends. Monika smiles sweetly at me, causing my stomach to knot. Such a genuine person really does make a good president, regardless of what she
You're-
says.
I knotted your intestine. Wait, no, that doesn't sound right.
If only I could get the chance to talk to her a little bit more. But she shorts out every fucking 5 minutes.
You leave Monika alone. She's having a hard time after that last Windows update.
The code of the game prevents me from participating in the game.
Do amazing
Okay,
poem,
everyone.
syntax error.
It's just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing poems? It was a lot of fun!
Well, I'd say it was worth it, but Natsuki's wasn't.
Right, Pat walked away for a second. Monica, better president than Obama, confirmed.
So, like, can I be honest about something? When we were going through Monica's monologue and poem, I literally ran downstairs and got 4 bottles of water because I can feel my throat degrading as I'm trying to speak as Yuri.
Yeah. I'm actually on my 3rd bottle of water.
I'm like,
I'm on like my 2nd right now.
I'm almost to my 2nd can of Sprite, but I haven't really been doing as much as I thought I was going to be doing.
Kibo's been doing the most. Like, he has 2 characters. It sucks that, you know, they're both very filled with well,
I
one
love
of
how
them's
we went into this saying that Monica doesn't have a lot of dialogue at the start of it, when Sayori has had like the least amount of dialogue next to MC.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I'll start.
Just make Monica
talking
text to speak.
No, like, okay, like in the after the first act of the game, I mean, it ends up becoming more like
Yeah.
How many acts are there?
even.
4, technically 5, I think.
How long is this game?
Depending on how you breeze through it. Holy shit, I didn't even know it was already 2 o'clock. What the fuck?
Oh my god, we've already been doing this for 2 hours?
Okay,
Oh my
for the sake of getting to day 3, Cyber, give your best Natsuki impression.
It's alright, well, mostly.
Perfect, great, fantastic.
Harry the Chad. How about you?
Yeah, I'd say the same. It's a
I
neat
knew
little
you'd
thing
say
to talk
that.
about with everyone.
Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow.
At the rate this is going, probably 6 hours. I expected it to snowball faster.
We're having fun.
No.
I think that's the important part.
Half the game is just this bit.
Yeah.
And maybe you learned something from your friends too. So your poems will turn out even better.
I kinda doubt that. She's a little slow.
I think to myself, I did learn a little bit more about the kinds of poems everybody likes.
And I process to myself.
With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job at impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination.
Undertale?
I've seen the code of that game. Sans.
Do you know the flower by chance?
Sans.
Do-do-do-do.
Harry! Ready to walk home?
Sure, let's go. Sayori beams at me. It truly has been a while since Sayori and I have spent this much time together. I can't really say that I'm not enjoying it either.
I gotta be honest, Sayori is kinda growing on me. She's pretty cute.
I'm
Sayori?
depressed. My teeth don't beam that much.
About what happened earlier.
What do you mean?
You know, between Yuri and Natsuki, does that kind of thing happen often? Like, do they usually act like a bitchy couple?
No. It's your fault.
Oh. Does that
I am the reason Mom and Dad are divorcing.
mean they like me?
That's really the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people.
Wonderful's a bit of a stretch.
You don't hate them, do you?
No, I don't hate them. I don't hate
One
them.
depression point gained.
I just wanted your opinion, that's all. It seemed a little
I
weird.
think maybe you should hate them at least a little bit, you know?
I can see why they'd make good friends with you.
You know, Perry, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. And I think everyone really likes you too.
That's...
Every day is going to be so much fun.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
It looks like Sayori still hasn't caught onto the kind of situation I'm in. Welcome back. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really need to stop there? You know? Maybe one of us can be, more than friends.
Yeah, maybe you could pick your best friend.
We'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than to her, but it's easy to use Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes.
Hey!
Yeah,
Breakfast.
let's do
With
this.
breakfast. Hey, you want to get breakfast after this?
Alrighty.
Sayori's like itching. She's like, "You want some eggs?"
Alrighty.
Some people have crack, and I just have
Let's
Eggs.
see here.
bacon.
We did Valentine's Day last one, so what is this poem gonna be about?
I feel like Kibo
Okay.
should decide.
Oh, you want me to pick them?
I feel like you should decide what the poem should be about, like the theme for it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh, okay. I think we should go for like. Let's go for like some sort of like existential.
Oh, I should probably save this. I have an autosave.
Oh yeah, saving is a good idea because I don't know if I could do all this again.
Let's,
I would very
let's-
much request that we don't.
let's do a mix of let's. Okay, I'm gonna call the genre cute existentialism.
Okay.
Okay,
So like being cute, but also like lots of dread behind it.
you're cute, but you're depressed.
Oh, so just
So you're a
me, but without the
disaster.
cute part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Defeat.
Puppy.
Puppy?
Yeah, puppy.
Puppy?
for the cute.
Okay.
Grief.
Disarray.
That's alright.
But you're sweet.
Whirl.
You're sweet.
Broken, empty.
Oh, are we doing twirl or sweet?
Wait.
We're doing
email.
Email. Yeah, no email actually.
Oh my god.
Laugh because you're sad?
I mean, that sounds right.
Yeah, laugh.
Huh?
Let's go for
Climax.
let's go with sensation.
Station? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm kind
Smile?
of skipping.
Oh, I didn't see skipping.
Okay.
Cry.
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 Play.
Yeah, play.
Okay.
Pout.
Out.
Pout.
Pout over entropy?
Out.
Okay.
It sounds like a threat. Pout.
Maybe it is.
Rainbow.
Rainbow. Sayori's
Monkeys?
there.
Kawaii, duh. If we're going for cute, we have to go with kawaii.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do wonderful.
Oh my god. Wait, didn't we do kawaii last time?
Yeah, we did kawaii
Oh,
last
okay,
time.
so yeah, wonderful then.
We'll do Fester.
Don't we need existence though? Wasn't that part of the headline?
Yeah, true. You're right. Existence.
Okay.
Cheer.
Unstable.
Cheer. Strawberry.
It just sounds like you're looking for words that you know and just reading them out loud.
Unrequited.
Hopeless.
Hopeless.
Hopeless checks out.
Sayori loves hopeless.
Oh god.
Childhood. I'm trying to pick words that Sayori likes. Promise.
Inferno.
Friends.
Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little bit more comfortable here over the past couple days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets.
Hi, Perry. Hi, chat.
Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today.
I'm just still not used to you being in the club, that's all.
I see. That's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood. But I guess it's always the simple things to you anyway. Hello, Hunter. Everything in my body tells me to run. No, it's fine, it's
Think
fine.
about the words that I like friend and hopeless.
Oh,
Speaking
there's
of
nothing to be
which-
hopeless about. You're one of my best friends.
Depression.
Oh, they're like totally fucking
Names.
true.
I'm kind of hungry. Will you come with me to buy a snack?
No thanks.
Depression point gained.
What a dick!
That's not like you at all.
I have my
It's
reasons.
because Perry has chosen the path of gains.
Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori?
Depression point gained. Why that all of a sudden?
No reason, really.
It's because she's broke.
I just wanted to look at it.
Oh no.
Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down, and the contents spill onto the desk. Only
Oh,
two
that's a
small
condom.
coins
My
fall
bad.
out. I knew it. See right through you, Sayori. You know we're both broke bitches.
I'm not a bitch, I'm just broke and broken.
I'm not a bitch, I'm just quirky.
How did you even know?
Simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you would have bought a snack before coming to the club room. So either you're not as hungry and wanted an excuse to take a walk, or plan to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. There's one more thing. You're always hungry. And so that only leaves one option.
Anthony's here?
I need a premium cut of schlong meat in order to sate my hunger.
No, you need that gawk, huh?
Depression
Sayori.
lost.
She gets one taste of you and she just wants more.
I give up. Don't make me feel guilty.
If you felt guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty.
What gained?
Yuri suddenly giggles. What the fuck? I didn't notice that she was listening in.
Garglebog took over for a second.
Her face is in her book as always.
Ah! I wasn't listening or anything, but Sayori, you're kind of a broke bitch. It was just something in my book that was funny.
Bro, you're reading horror.
It's really funny.
Harry. Harry to let me borrow some money.
Anything for you, Sayori. But that's, don't get me involved like that. I have my own loans to pay off with Garglebog. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. And frankly, after pulling a mischievous little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution.
I think my favorite thing is the brief moments where you can tell Cyber's gasping for air.
I'm shocked so hard.
Ah! Did I just... I didn't mean that. I mean, kind of. But I do get too absorbed into my books. Like this one time my soul almost got sucked into one. Don't laugh at me. That's why you're broke.
I really like when you speak your mind, Yuri. It makes me feel terrible about myself.
The voices in the back of my head telling me what to say.
It doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you.
It's not me. There's no way way you can think that.
It's true. I am fronting that I am actually getting more and more depressed as we talk to each other, but you're right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the revolution.
Wait, what?
God bless America, baby!
What?
You know, if you have these things that you really need help with, you know,
Oh, there we
retribution,
go.
I have this famous guy. His name is Gogglebug. He just takes a couple sacrifices. He gets what you want.
Yeah, retribution. That's what you were saying.
Still, coming from you, Sayori, I guess there's a little devil inside of us all, isn't there? Mine's name is Gogglebug.
Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. She's not possessed by anyone but herself.
I'm possessed by Gogglebug. Did I
After
miss?
all, she told me she was bringing me to the club before she even told me.
But you wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes. So I had to trick Natsuki into making them.
Come on, give me more credit than that, Sayori.
Ow! I mean, kya?
Out of nowhere, something smacks Sayori in the face and tumbles onto the desk.
Ow. What was... Eh? A cookie.
Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around.
Looky. Is this a miracle?
It was probably that super muscly kid. She's really weird.
It's because I paid my restitution.
Retribution.
Actually, that one almost worked.
I was just gonna give it to you. But then I heard you blab about the cupcakes.
That sounds about right.
It was worth seeing your reaction, though. Don't make me wait for protein!
Natsuki, I almost believed in God for a second.
Oh,
It's
I'll make sure you meet him someday.
I'm so happy.
Sayori
I
hugs the
can't wait to
cookie.
meet God.
I'm sorry, but Kibo just going, you always made me believe in God for a second.
Please, just eat it already. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite.
So good.
Sayori suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth.
I bit my tongue.
You're going through a lot over just one cookie.
Natsuki takes a bite out of her own cookie.
Yours looks really good too, Natsuki.
Of course it does. It's a protein cookie.
Can I try it?
No. Beggars can't be choosers.
But yours is chocolate.
Yeah. What do you think gave you that one? Chocolate and protein go together like vanilla and...
Chocolate.
Yes, like vanilla and chocolate.
Okay. Fine. Still, I'm really happy that you shared this one with me.
Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki, then wraps her arms around her.
Huggy. Hey, have you played Amogus?
Do not like this.
Did you play the Mogus?
Buff Natsuki is my life coach.
I get it.
Cookie
Get
still
off.
in hand, Natsuki reaches up and nudges Sayori off of her.
Ow.
Sayori suddenly leans down and takes a bite out of Natsuki's cookie.
My protein cookie!
I vented.
When he's so loud, his mic peaked.
Sorry.
No, you know, the funny thing is, you went so loud that we barely heard you.
The auto detection. Did you seriously just do that?
I'm imposter sus baka Amogus.
mouthful, Sayori trots away to safely.
I vented.
Yuri and I laugh as well.
Death is too good for you. We go to the gym, and you will sweat. Monika, robot, tell Sayori. Huh?
Natsuki glances around. Monika isn't in the club room.
Where's the
Main
robot?
time right now. Be back later.
Battery low. Charging.
I need the robot.
Good question.
I saw the throne of God, and I found that it was empty.
Have any of you heard anything about her being late today?
Not me.
It's really weird considering she has a built-in clock.
Yeah, I haven't seen her around either.
That's a bit unusual. Unless she's going through a firmware upgrade.
I hope she's okay.
Of course she's okay. Robot. She probably has something to do. Like she's probably charging the batteries, like Yuri was saying. I mean, she's pretty popular after all.
I'm so sad about that.
I heard you slip up the laugh, and now that's just.
Oh yes, I have hacked into Natsuki's Twitter.
Oh, fuck.
This is a lot of furry porn. You don't
I'm
think
not a
that
witch, I'm the wife.
she has a...
I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined. Except for me. I got my true looks from Cargo Bog when I sacrificed those 12 rabbits yesterday.
I was wondering why your tits look bigger today.
Yeah, I got a new cup size because of it.
Excuse me.
Suddenly, the door swings open.
Sorry. I'm super sorry.
Oh, there you are.
I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
We were just talking about you.
We were understanding that you were being used, and you needed to recharge.
We saw that you hacked into Natsuki's Twitter, and I gotta say, that's some funny shit.
Monika chose the club over her boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed.
Boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about?
Monika quizzically glances at me. You know, never mind. Don't worry about it. What held you up anyway?
Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of just lost track of time.
That makes no sense, though. You're a robot. You would have heard the bell ring at the very least, if not set the bell yourself.
I must not have heard it, since I was practicing piano.
Piano? I wasn't aware that you played music as well, Monika. Do you think you could play that fucking music, white boy? I like that song.
Do 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 do. I don't really. I
It's the
just have
Spotify
information
upgrade.
on how to play any music that's been posted online. I kind of just started recently. I've always wanted to learn piano.
That's so cool. You should play something for us, Monika.
That's
Monika looks at me.
maybe once I get a little better, I will.
Do you think you can
Winky-faced.
play Megalovania?
God damn it.
Sans is my favorite character. That funny little skeleton.
That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it, you know, the beep boop boop bop beep.
Oh, it's like that one song from SpongeBob.
Is that so? Pepe smile. In that case, I won't let you down, Barry the Jad.
Monika smiles sweetly.
Pepe smile.
I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that, hot robot.
Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently. And I'd really love the chance to share once I'm ready.
I see. In that case, you know, best of luck.
It's not about luck, it's about skill. And I have all the skills that have been posted online.
It's really about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry, we devour.
The We Stay Hungry is brought to you by Sayori.
This classroom seems a lot darker since I've become self-aware.
Not really. I think it's about the same amount of brightness in here. I think it looks fine.
Hold
You
on.
don't understand.
Real quick, can we just take a minute to say that in the "It's about drive, it's about power, we stay hungry, we devour"? The first half of that is Natsuki. The second half is Sayori.
No, he's definitely not wrong on that.
Yeah.
I choose to leave Sayori's leave out Sayori's mischievous exclamation. I'm sure Natsuki will end up complaining to her anyway. It looks like everyone's already settled down. Sayori somehow already finished her entire cookie. Yuri's back to her book, and Natsuki disappeared into the closet.
Let's just ignore the fact that I already know what happens anyway, because I am in the code of the game.
Man, it looks like no one wants to be bothered today. I slump into the nearest desk. How am I supposed to occupy myself with something literature by myself like this?
I really want to be bothered today.
I guess I could read some of the book that Yuri gave me,
Clifford
Please.
is really good.
but I'm feeling a little too tired to read. I could probably fall asleep right now. I close my eyes. I end up listening to Sayori's conversation with Monika.
We're probably gonna seem really lame compared to all the other clubs, though. Well, we can't give up. The festival is our chance to show everyone what literature is all about. The problem is that the idea of literature club sounds too dense and intellectual. But it's not like that at all, you know? I know everything. Knowing everything was the worst thing I've ever done in my life. Something that speaks to their creative minds. That doesn't solve the problem, though. What? What? What do you mean? Even if we come up with the most fun thing ever, nobody will come in the first place if it's a literature event. So it's more important to figure out how to get people to show up in the first place, you know? And after they come, we can do the thing to speak to their creative minds.
What is this? Sayori is taking this really seriously.
Bottom
It's
text.
rare to hear her deliberating like this. Kind of a turn on.
Bottom text. Huh. That is a good point. In that case, do you think food will do the trick? What kind? Well, I guess we could. Cookies! Ha 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 ha. Good thinking.
The amount of excitement you put into that.
Natsuki would love to do that. You're right! Natsuki makes the best cupcakes. Oh. Sorry, I was just reading what the script says. Go ahead, Sayori. Natsuki makes the best cupcakes!
When two worlds collide.
That works out perfectly. That wasn't why you suggested it. Cupcakes speak to my creative tummy. ... Cupcakes it is then. I'm hungry.
Hi, hungry. I'm Dad.
Please do not ever say a dad joke again. I will cut the power to your brain.
I find myself smiling. In the end, Sayori is still her usual self, but therein lies the unexpected reason I admire her. Unlike me, who has trouble finding any motivation at all, Sayori can put her mind to things and make them come to life. Suppose that's why I ended up letting her get on my case about things. I can't help but wonder what it would be like to see the world through her eyes.
Pretty gloomy.
I open my eyes to find Sayori face filling my vision. I nearly fall out of my chair.
You're the world that I see through my eyes. I mean, sorry.
You smell different when you're sleeping.
Wait. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. It's your fault for sleeping like that. This isn't the napping club.
Oh man, but if it was.
It's the reading harem club.
Does our school have a napping club? Because, I mean, if we do, man, I'm about to bounce.
You're staying up late again, aren't you? Now that you're in a club, you're gonna have less time for anime, you know. You'll need to get used to it.
Don't say that so loud. I glance over my shoulder to see if Monica overheard.
I do not need to hear. I know the script. It's true, though.
Yeah, I know. Just, I spend half my time writing this freaking poem, and then I spend the other half of what I can to go to watch the anime titties, because now I can't spend 2 hours doing anime titties.
If you want to see some anime titties, I can help you out.
You're
Gargle
always-
has an amazing deal.
You're always looking out for me, Sayori.
It's what I do best.
It's a problem, though. What about you? You look out for me better than you look out for yourself. You're still oversleeping every day, aren't you? And I'm sure your room's still a fucking clusterfuck.
Not every day.
That's not very convincing.
It's not oversleeping if it's the weekend.
How many days this past week have you gotten up on time?
It's a secret.
I knew it.
Come on. At least give me the benefit of the doubt.
Can't even do that. Look, Sayori, it's written all over you. Sayori glances around at herself.
How is it written all over me?
You were clearly in a rush this morning. Look, your hair's sticking out all over the place. Classified information, redacted even. I run my fingertips down the side of Sayori's hair, trying to straighten it out. Man, you really need a brush for this.
My hair is really hard to get right.
I won't fall for that. There's more than just your hair. Look,
No,
your
I'm
bow
an
isn't
anime
even
girl.
straight either. And there's
Everything about me
toothpaste
defines
stain
me.
on your collar. I try to wipe the stain off with my finger.
I'm a Bobby girl.
You're just lucky that I
Yeah,
brushed my
well,
teeth
well.
again today. Normally I don't. But nobody would even notice that.
Of course they would. No one's gonna tell you about it because they don't want to embarrass you and say you have fucking bad breath. Fortunately, I really don't care about that.
Hey, you meanie.
You don't even keep your blazer buttoned up. Look at you. Fucking pits out on a Wednesday afternoon. Button that shit up. Seriously, Sayori. Why do you think you don't have a boyfriend yet?
That's super mean.
Sorry, but you'll thank me later. I start to button her blazer from the bottom. Once you see how much better this looks, you'll change your mind, and so will all the boys in the hallway. It's fucking Fish Islands, though.
They're so fucking...
Depression
so
point lost.
fucking
Depression
obvious.
point lost. Depression point lost. Depression point lost. This is so funny.
What is?
Well, I was just thinking how weird it is to have a friend who does these kinds of things.
Eh?
Yeah, I'm sure you don't see it every morning.
Don't say that. Shut up, Natsuki. It made me feel weird about it. But
Make sure you don't grope her boob. That'd be totally awkward.
I'll grope your boobs, Yuri.
Depression point gained. It's okay though. I'm happy we're like this. Aren't you?
I guess.
Hey, be
Okay,
careful.
we all know that Perry the Chad likes the firm feel of a muscular pectoral.
Whatever, you little gremlin. How about you get a stepstone say it to my face?
Why is this one so hard to close? I struggle to fully close the button near her chest. Does it even fit you properly? Suck it in!
What, my tits? You want me to suck in my tits? It did when I bought it.
If you ever buttoned it, you would notice sooner that it doesn't fit you anymore. Smiling about.
It means my boobs got bigger again.
Don't say that out loud!
Go Sayori! Mine do that all the time. It's great, isn't it?
Anyway, you look
My
much
boobs
better
look
now,
good.
so, why does it feel so strange to see Sayori's blazer buttoned up like that?
It's because it makes my tits look bigger.
Because she doesn't look like a mess, finally.
Well, You wanna see a mess? You wanna see a mess? You regret
I
ever
don't-
saying that to me.
Listen, I don't know when I see a mess when I go in your room. I hear about it all the time.
You've never been in my room.
You don't have to know it's a fucking mess.
And you know what? You know what? Perry's never been in your room.
How
But he's been in
knows?
My
mine.
room is filled with the entirety of the being that is Cargo Pog.
Okay, okay. I don't know why you have to be such a cringe nene baby, but
Well, it's probably because they have to whip.
it's not worth it at all.
Sayori hastily unbuttons her blazer once more.
Phew. Freedom. Okay, what was that? That's so much better.
Natsuki making noises in the back of the class. Sayori puts her arms out and twirls around. Whee!
So if I keep it unbuttoned, then I won't get a boyfriend, right?
What kind of logic is that? Why are you saying it like as if it's a good thing?
Just think about it for 2 seconds. If I had a boyfriend, then he wouldn't even let you do things like this. And you'd take care of me better than anyone else would anyway. So that's why I'm keeping it unbuttoned.
Stop saying all these embarrassing things.
Embarrassing? Embarrassing? 5 depression points gained. I didn't say anything embarrassing.
Jeez. Well, anyway, just focus on waking up on time a little bit easier. Or a little bit earlier. Maybe eating breakfast before school, you know?
Oh, so when I wake up, you want me to be easier. Okay. Well, if you focus on going to bed earlier.
Fine. Not a chance. It's a deal.
I guess we really are better at taking care of each other than we are at taking care of ourselves.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Take a hint, though, please.
I guess that's kind of cute.
So maybe you should come wake me up in the morning.
You're doing it again. Sayori.
Oh, but I was just joking that time.
No, you weren't. You totally want him in your room.
Man, it's impossible to tell with you sometimes.
Okay, everyone.
life, Perry life isn't an anime unless you run around with toast in your mouth. I got a toaster, I can do it right now. Eh? Monika suddenly calls out.
Why don't we share poems we wrote now? Yay! Perry, I can't wait to read yours.
Yeah, same. I failed to sound enthusiastic, but Sayori still trots away to retrieve her poem.
Oh my goodness! This is so good, Perry!
Eh?
I love it! Especially after yesterday's poem.
An avocado.
Thanks! Ugh. You're too honest sometimes, Sayori.
No, but really. I want to put this on my wall. Can I?
Sayori. You must be seriously overreacting. Not a good writer at all. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing.
Besides the fact that I purposely chose all the options that would make you like this poem. Well, maybe that's why. Because I have no idea what I like either. Ha 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 ha.
She's laughing in pain. Jeez. I'm sure Yuri's opinion has to be a little bit more constructive than this. Maybe even Natsuki's.
Don't even get me started.
Are you sure you don't like it just because I wrote it?
Eh? Well, I'm sure that's part of it.
That's all of it.
I think I understand you better than a lot of people, you know? So when I read your poem, it's not just a poem. It's a game theory. Oh, it's a Perry it's a Perry poem. And that makes it feel extra special. I'm trying to one-up everyone because I've known you the longest. Like I can feel your feelings in it.
Sayori hugs the sheet against her chest.
Rub, 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 rub.
So weird, Yuri.
Well, I'm not very good at figuring out if poems are good or bad. That's why I just go by my heart. And it makes me feel things, then it must be a good poem.
Oh, you know, Natsuki was talking about that yesterday, about using your muscles, you know? I'm not sure that's exactly how it works. Again, I guess conveying feelings is a pretty important part of this whole thing. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I don't even know what kind of writing you like in the first place.
Yeah! Me neither.
Why don't you at least try giving it some thought?
You're writing, I mean... Aw, you wanna write something for me? That's so sweet.
Yeah, right. But you're always thinking about other people. You need to think about yourself once in a while. If you don't, you might end up getting hurt at some point.
No, thinking about myself is what makes me feel hurt. Well... I don't really know what you mean, but I'll try to keep it in mind.
Oh,
What you mean?
whatever.
Anyway, let's see. I guess I like happy poems. Wait, sometimes I like sad poems too. Sometimes a little bit of both. There's a word for that, right? What's the word I'm looking for?
Indecisive.
Bittersweet! Yeah! I like things that are happy and things that are sad.
Happy and sad? I can't see you liking something sad, Sayori.
You'll see. Well, I like happy the most. But sometimes when you have a little rain cloud in your head, a sad poem can help give the rain cloud a little hug. And make a nice happy rainbow.
Sayori, that's unexpectedly poetic, actually.
It is? That's weird, I blacked out for a second. Maybe I'm getting better at expressing my feelings after all. Thanks, Perry. I should go write that down then. You can read my poem now, okay?
Poem.
Bottles. Oh, Bottles. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine all rubbing together.
Sorry.
That's weird, I blacked out for a second. Little balls of sunshine all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly. But there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe. And I put the bottle on the shelf with all of the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts and bottles all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle was starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go. Like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging. Scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally, all done. I open up and in come my friends. And they come in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts and shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be for my friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head.
I'm not gonna lie, Sayori, that's kind of fucking dark, even for me.
Holy crap. Are you okay, kid? Sayori, did you really write this?
Of course I did. Didn't I tell you yesterday I was gonna write the best poem ever?
Yeah, but I think you need to go to therapy.
Well, I went to the hardware store and I bought a rope.
I mean, I didn't expect something like this coming from you.
Monica taught me a whole lot. And I've been really in touch with my feelings recently.
I see that.
Thanks, Monica.
It's almost kind of creepy.
Creepy?
Well, no, not exactly, maybe it's because I'm just so used to you being cheerful. Well, no, never mind. I'm thinking too hard about it. Point is, it came out good. So you should be really proud of it.
Oh, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic.
You've gotten pretty passionate about this, haven't you? I hope you keep it up.
Yeah! Writing's the best. I'm gonna keep writing until I die.
Well, at this pace, it kind of seems like it'd be sooner than later.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Sayori's always had a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it no more than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion in her eyes makes it hard for me to be pessimistic.
Hey, Sayori, I have a cookie for you. It sounds like you really need it.
Breakfast! Breakfast 4, cookie.
Breakfast 4.
Oh, Yuri writes dark stuff. Let me go refresh my senses before going to the next.
Breakfast for Electric Boogaloo.
Hmm. Well, it's not terrible, but it's pretty disappointing after your last one. Then again, if this was as good as the last one, I would be completely pissed. So,
Well, I guess I wanted to try something a little different this time. You know, learning from experience?
fair enough. You're still new to this, so I wouldn't expect you to understand the requirement of the dedication to musculature. Come to think of it, this actually does kind of remind me of Sayori's poem from yesterday.
You think so?
Yeah. Well, I guess if you've been sleeping with her for so long, it does kind of make
Or we're
sense.
just friends. Just
You
friends.
say that.
Like, totally fucking.
Just friends.
You say that. I never really thought that you were her type, but evidently I was wrong.
Just
for me.
friends. Sayori has a
Totally
type all of a sudden?
I don't know, but honestly, how can someone so fluffy spend so much time with someone like you? It's honestly like she's dragging around a dead weight.
That was a little uncalled for. But think of it this way, if it wasn't for me, she'd probably just fly away, like letting go of a balloon. No strings attached. You could say we take care of each other in our own way.
Whatever it is, I don't get it. It's not dealing with muscles and weightlifting. Speaking of, I guess I'm
Hello, Slit.
supposed to show you my poem now. Here. Now, I don't really like this one. So once again, I feel like I gotta read from the heart.
I don't know if it's. Oh wait, my bad.
I don't know if her reading from the heart is gonna be longer or shorter than this, and I'm kind of scared about that.
Okay, I called this I See the Beefers Lifting. How strong they are, those beefers, who hang out in the darkest corner of the gym and lift the weights high up toward heaven and scream with pain and rage while their muscles grow larger than any muscles should. It is said in hushed whispers that when the beefers thrust their weights skyward, at the apex of their ascent, the lips of God stretch down and kiss their barbells before the fall.
That was like totally whack, yo.
Yuri, you don't understand.
Well, I mean, considering you wrote about Amy and spiders, that's really weird.
Amy was one of the lifters in the dark corners of the gym. But it wasn't bad, right?
No, it was a little longer than yesterday's.
You already finished the poem? I was getting my laundry.
Let's just say
Yesterday's
he read from the heart again.
wasn't way too
Oh.
short.
Okay.
Way too short. Had to extend that out a little bit. And I was just warming up.
I partially feel like this time reading from the heart, it was, extremely shorter than the first one. And, it's kind of the opposite effect. When you write shorter, your heart is, longer, I guess? That's cool. You should fix that.
It was just beating really quickly.
That's it. See? Perry gets it. The heart beats at its own pace.
Maybe you should just, stop using steroids then. I hear
I
it's a real
can't, that's
problem.
stupid. Look at my muscle!
It was great. Good. Great.
Natsuki, I know I called you out on using a ghostwriter last time, but you cannot just submit a blank piece of paper.
Anyway, ignoring the robot, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem. I honestly doubt I have to explain it to you. Sometimes you can explain complicated issues with much simpler analogies. And it helps people realize how stupid they're being. Like, anyone would agree that the subject of the poem is an ignorant jerk.
No people like that? No?
Better not say me, I swear to God.
Yuri's not ignorant, but she has a joke.
Oh, it's not. It's about whoever everyone thinks mine. That doesn't matter. It can be about anything. I wrote it to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or a guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid if people find out they make fun of you or think less of you. But that just makes people stupid. Who cares what someone likes as long as it's not hurting anyone and it makes them happy?
I mean, mine makes me happy, but I very much hurt people.
I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weightlifting and growing larger.
Mine makes other people happy but hurts myself.
You got another depression point, didn't you, Sayori?
You're definitely right, I guess. No, people doing things that make them happy. At least I can relate to that.
I'm discovering the meaning of happiness.
And I'm sure a lot of other people can too.
That sounds dangerous, Monica.
Well, it's what I do best after all. I don't like writing unless there's a good message to take away from it, like getting bigger. Like, conveying how I feel when I'm lifting, like that emotion. But I want to make people think, not just feel. Remember that when you start your weightlifting journey. Because I'm going to write a better one for tomorrow. So you better look forward to it.
Boof. Into the dreary corner.
Yay!
Let's
Fucking
see
got
what
a
you've
doctor's
written
call
for
in the middle of
today.
that shit. That's why I stopped halfway through.
Well done, Perry. I can tell this time you actually thought about using words instead of just putting squiggly lines. Your skills are really improving.
Really?
Not really, but I want to make you feel better.
Thanks, Yuri.
You're welcome.
Coming from you, that means a lot.
Huh? It's nothing. I'm just happy to help inspire fellow writers. I know you're new to this, so don't worry so much if it seems like you can't get your poem to feel perfect. I know it's difficult when you barely know any words. You don't need to be afraid of to be a little more daring. Metaphors can go a long way, but you're very literal because you don't know a lot of words, but it's okay. I understand. Don't feel like you need to work your brain like turning a bunch of gears.
I didn't know we were talking about Monica.
No, she doesn't have gears. We upgraded her last year. This way she's more efficient. Try letting your mind wander through your feelings, though. And write down the things you see and hear. But not literally. I feel like that's something you do. That's one way to truly enable your reader to see into your mind. That's what I do for mine, because what's in my mind is Garglebog. It's very weird sometimes. I hear voices. But it's also a very intimate exercise.
I see. That's certainly an interesting technique. know, the whole writing stuff down and talking to yourself. Thanks for sharing.
I have, well, an example of that if you'd like to read it.
Of course. Is this the poem you wrote for today? Yuri nods and timidly hands me her poem.
Oh, fucking god. Let me drink water real quick.
Dude, I'm saying.
I have to commit. Okay.
The raccoon! It happened in the dead of night while I was slicing bread for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by the scuttering of a raccoon outside my window. That was, I believe, the first time I noticed my strange tendencies as what the fuck is that word?
Unordinary?
Unordinary human. I can't read easily. I gave the raccoon a piece of bread, my subconscious well aware of the consequences. I totally was gonna grab him and sacrifice him later, but that's besides the point. Well, aware that I gave the raccoon, aware that a raccoon that is fed will always come back for more, the what the fuck? The enticing beauty of my cutting knife was the symptom, the bread, my hungry curiosity, the raccoon, an urge. Jesus Christ.
Let me tell you, I'll feel about where I do mine.
And reflects that much light off of the cutting knife. The very same light that glistens in the eyes of the raccoon friend. I'm totally gonna fucking stab him. I slice the bread, fresh and soft. The raccoon becomes excited, just like me when I put the knife into his throat. Or perhaps I'm really projecting my emotions onto the newly satisfied animal. The raccoon has taken to following me. You can say that we've gotten quite used to each other, except that time I accidentally killed him for Garglebog. I feel a little bad now. The raccoon becomes hungry more and more frequently. So... Fuck. So my bread is always handy. Every time I brandish my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood. Classic... What the fuck?
Pavlovian.
No, it's not that.
Oh.
I'm trying to breathe.
Classic Pavlovian conditioning. Slice the bread, and I feed myself again. I was a little more daring with the one than yesterday's.
I can see that. Were the just hypothetically speaking, were there any raccoons harmed in the making of this poem?
Yes.
A lot more metaphorical. I don't know if it's my fault, but I can't begin to imagine what this poem's about.
I killed the raccoon. That's right.
I did it.
It's a bit closer to my preferred writing style. You know, honesty of what I do in the night. Eat bread and slaughter raccoons. Using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions through them.
Yeah, if I take it at face value, then I can't even figure out what it's supposed to mean aside from a raccoon just got murdered over some bread.
Well, it was my bread, so he shouldn't have tried a hoe. I think it's something that's different people can relate to in their own way. I wanted to express the way it feels for me to indulge in more unusual hobbies, like listening to the voices in the back of my head and slaughtering raccoons for fun. It's those sort of things I'm usually forced to keep to myself because then the cops get involved. And it's very awkward. So I sometimes enjoy writing about them. No one can find it if I burn them.
That's funny.
I'm not joking.
The fucking look over. Didn't Natsuki also write something about this? Hers was actually about some power gain and spiders. Fighting spiders. About people being ridiculed and stuff.
Yeah, it definitely...
Amy! God, I can't get there right now. Hang on.
It definitely wasn't about abuse.
She did? I don't think that's what she wrote about. I don't even know if she wrote that,
it was really weird. Like, half the page was actually full of colorings. Like, there was some scribble on there, but there was also a lot of spiders drawn on it. It was talking about how it doesn't matter what you're into as long as you're not hurting anybody, which was pretty poetic, if you could read through the lines.
Well, you know, she's kind of right. Except my hobbies, I do hurt people. I mean, does she really feel that way? I'm surprised she has emotion, and it's not all just muscle.
Yeah, it sounds like you two have quite that in common when you take, her muscle size and then your bust size. You guys aren't too far off.
My boobs have nothing to do with this, but that's very interesting. To me, she seemed like the kind of person who would make fun of my hobbies. Then again, she likes to get gains and eat cupcakes, so it doesn't really matter. But I suppose it's my fault for judging, isn't it? Oh, please don't tell her I said that. I want to tell her myself.
Yeah, no reason. Don't worry. I don't have to tell her. You don't have to tell her. It's fine.
Hey, Natsuki, you're a bitch! I still got her. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing with me. By the way, how's Clifford going for you?
I'm on page 6 now.
You're making very slow progress, and it doesn't surprise me. After all, I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness. I'd probably hate myself. I kind of do. I might be ranting a little bit now, but that's fine. I'm just glad that you're a good listener and totally don't think I'm crazy, right?
Casually walks away.
My voice hurts.
Dude, I feel you.
It's okay, you guys get break time now.
We do. Kibo's turn.
Thank you, Robo Monica.
Robo Monnikabot.
Robo Monica.
Hi again, Perry. How's the writing going?
It's going alright, I guess.
I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. Pop champ.
I wouldn't count on that. All the other girls, superb writers. Honestly, have you considered getting a therapist for the club?
I am the club therapist. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today?
Sure. Here you go. Compute yourself away. I get my poem to Monica.
Yacht. Alright. I like this one. It makes me think of something Sayori would like.
That's so, because, Natsuki and Yuri kind of said the similar things.
They're totally fucking.
You and Sayori are really good friends, right?
Yep, friends. That's the key word there. We're friends.
12 depression points gained.
I mean, technically speaking, there's things called friends with benefits, so you're still fucking.
Just friends, minus the benefits.
I wouldn't be surprised if you had those sorts of things in common.
Well, no, we don't have much in common. She's this bitsy little balloon that would float away if I wasn't here, holding her down.
Okay, well, let's be real here. Obviously, Sayori is the perfect match, but...
We don't all get what we...
Yeah.
Sayori and I are actually, we're really different.
Yeah, almost like opposites attract. Well, that may be the case. But maybe there are also some similarities that you wouldn't expect. The way she talks about you, it sounds like you two are really... Error. It sounds like the two of you really care about each other's well-being. Even if you show it in different ways, it ends up being more similar than you'd think. So I think that's the kind of vibe I get when reading your poem. I'm being vibe-checked by a poem.
Reading it too much? I wasn't aware that robots could vibe check.
I could be. But I have to fill all that extra time I'm spending pretending to read, thinking of something. Oh gosh, I sound like Yuri. But in any case, Sayori's writing has kind of a gentle feel to it. That's why she wrote about broken shards of glass.
Yeah, it was kind of pointy, you think?
I can tell that she likes exploring with emotions, like happiness and sadness. Who knew that someone so happy would enjoy sad things too?
Yeah, no, I'd say it's totally unexpected, but you can't have one without the other, you know? So it's kind of there.
Well, to each their own. Pepe smile. And you shouldn't be afraid to experiment a little bit either. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too.
Alright, let's take a look.
You may regret this in time. Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue. An endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms. Squeaking, screeching, piercing. Sine, cosine, tangent. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me.
Ah. It's even more abstract than your last one, huh?
Ah ha 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 ha. I guess it's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it.
No, I never said that. It's just, you know, your handwriting, it looks very familiar to like a font you find on interweb. Just it's a kind of thing I've never really seen before, I guess.
Load me. I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost like magic. Which isn't real. The way I wrote the lines really short makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise.
It's still hard for me to tell what it's about, though. It's just, it kind of looks like a really poorly made, like, instruction sheet.
Ah ha 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 ha. Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be as abstract or as a physical expression of a feeling. Or a conversation with the reader. Save me. Load me. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when you might change your mind. Or when something unexpected may happen. Wait, is this tip even about writing? What am I even talking about?
Crazy.
Ha 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 ha. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? I have something extra planned today, so if you could come sit at the front of the room.
Is this about the festival?
Well, sort of.
Do we really have to do something for the festival? It's gotten into my workout time. Aside from that, it's not like we just put together anything good in just a few days. We just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members.
Pepe smile.
Sorry, I stepped away for a second.
That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with the last minute preparations. Last time I did that, Garglebot got
Don't
angry
worry
at me.
so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? We won't need much more than a few decorations. That's right, I cut you off. Sayori has been working on posters, and I've designed some pamphlets we can give out during the events.
Okay, that's great and all. But that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for the event.
Ah, sorry. I thought you heard about it already. We're going to be performing.
What?
Monica?
Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance. What other kind of performance did you have in mind? Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event. But the cool part is, we're also going to let anyone else come back and recite poems too.
That means mine will be superb versus the people who don't even write poems. Yes.
I mean,
How are people gonna
considering
have a
you don't know how to
poem?
write at all, it's kind of impressive that you say that.
I'm trying,
Like-
damn it.
Who's gonna be able to come, like, recite a poem? Because, like, nobody's just gonna come in and be like, okay, I have a poem ready.
No, it'd be like a poetry slam type of deal. So you have like all the snapping stuff like that. Like it'll be great. It's
Or-
fine.
People write poems for that.
Well, we're handing out pamphlets beforehand, right? So people will know ahead of time to bring on their A game.
Sayori's putting it on all the posters in case anyone wants to prepare ahead of time.
See? See?
But I feel like people who would even, like, prepare ahead of time would already be in the club, right?
Maybe they don't want to commit to the time. Sayori, who's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see.
I'm coloring a glare.
Are you kidding me, Monica? What kind of garbage is this? You didn't already start putting these up, did you?
Well, I did. Did you really think it's that bad of an idea?
Well, I suppose not, but... It's not a bad idea. But I didn't sign up for this, you know. There is no way I'm gonna be performing in front of a group of people like that.
I agree with Natsuki. Finally. I could never in my life do something like that.
Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear.
Guys. I'm sorry, I just know the plot of the game beforehand, so I got a little ahead of myself. I understand where they're coming from, though. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone until just a couple of days ago. It's a lot to ask for them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room full of NPCs. I guess I kind of overlooked that.
Wait, why did you say NPCs?
I
That-
do.
That just kind of seems like a pretty big plot point that I may be missing here.
Bro, she using video game terms?
Monica, are you
Um.
somehow more than just a robot entity?
I'm a gamer.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
But I still think we should give it our best.
Eyes up, Guardian.
We're the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. Orange ice cream. If
Fucking-
we spread
wait,
the
what?
event and each
Mint.
put on a good a good
Green mint.
performance.
Green mint.
Green mint on the way!
I like orange and vanilla.
I have so many questions. So what the fuck just went down?
Oh, favorite flavor of ice cream.
Then it will inspire others to do the same.
Correct answer is peppermint candy. I was close.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of a fan of like chocolate peanut butter.
That doesn't
And the
surprise
more-
me. You
people
protein
who
nut.
perform,
You're goddamn right I am.
the better we'll be able to show everyone what literature is all about. Not that that matters, because I already know the meaning of life, and it's empty.
I know the
It's
meaning of
about
death.
expressing your feelings,
No.
being intimate with yourself,
You just
It's
want to be
about
intimate
being
with Sayori,
intimate
Sayori.
with a weight.
finding new horizons, and having fun.
No, you want to have
And
fun with
pumping iron.
Sayori.
That's right. And it's those reasons that we're all in this club today. Not because we're coded to be here or anything. Don't you want to share that with others? Right,
What do you
Yuri?
mean by
Yeah?
coded?
To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? I know you do. I know chat does.
Monica, who's chat? I'm very confused about what you're talking about right now, and it's kind of scaring me.
I know we all do.
No, it's okay. I play video games. She's using gamer core tactics.
I don't know if that's gamer lingo, but okay. I'll just
And
have to
all it
accept
takes
it.
is standing in front of the
Like
room
in the
for 2
gamer
minutes
info, we would
and
call you a
reciting
MILF.
poem.
What's a
Ha ha
MILF?
ha 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 ha.
I believe it stands for Mother I'd Like to Fit. Because you're out of shape.
Honestly, Natsuki, coming from you, that makes a lot of sense.
Pog champ. Then I know
Because-
you can do it.
We can get you more fit than you are. And everybody needs fitness. And big muscles.
Natsuki and Yuri remain silent. Sayori
The
looks
fuck we
worried.
do.
I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think that Sayori and Monika have been trying really hard to get new members, and that maybe recruiting new members before you say you have new members might be the tactic that we can do. It's the
kinda
least we can do to help
ridiculous,
them out.
Well, I still don't like it because it's cutting into my workout time. But okay.
You know, you keep on, like, getting this Italian gangster accent and then losing it at the same time.
It looks like
It's
Natsuki
really
doesn't have any arguments
Dude, my
left.
throat is on fire right now. Like,
I don't doubt it, Natsuki.
Okay.
Why I picked voices
Hi.
that are closer to my vocal range.
I guess I'll just have to get it over with.
You know what, Monnikabot?
Absolutely
That was
destroyed.
actually really smart of you.
Alright!
it really was smart of him.
You.
Because I'm just tearing my throat up doing this.
Perry's fucking lucky. She just gets to use her normal voice. That's kind of sad to be honest, but it's okay.
Thanks, Natsuki.
You're welcome, but you owe me a workout session.
No. What about you, Yuri?
Yuri dejectedly glances around at everyone else's expectant faces.
Expectant face loaded.
Apparently, I have to verbally say sigh. I guess I don't really have a choice here. It's like that one time the raccoon came for bread and I didn't have it anymore.
That's everyone!
What the hell was that?
You're the best, Yuri.
This club is seriously gonna be the death of me if I don't sacrifice myself to Garglebog first.
You have no idea what you're even getting into when you say that. Oh gosh. You'll be fine, Yuri.
That was a little ominous, I'm not gonna lie, Monica. You're kinda scaring me, like, a lot.
But anyway,
I haven't been this scared since Clifford.
Spoiler alert, I'm only on page 8.
I can't do the Monica voice if I'm laughing. Let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of each other.
No way, Jose.
Monica! This is so sudden.
My name is Monica. I can spell that in zeros and ones. Well,
Is it because you're a robot?
oh, I just learned a language. That's all.
Binary? The language of computers? I don't know, that doesn't seem very likely.
Well, if you can't recite your poem in front of the club, how do you expect to do it in front of strangers?
Easy, I won't.
I think you should focus on being confident instead of asking me questions about my nationality as Polish.
It's not about your nationality. I just don't like the fact that you're saying that I'm probably gonna die.
I think that's the racism talking.
That's nowhere near racism. It's more of like a fear for my life.
Why are you afraid of me just because I'm Polish? Don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel a little bit more comfortable. Can I go next?
Is it because I'm Polish?
I can't continue the next line. Okay.
Around loads,
okay.
may I ask why it's classified as a horror game? It's a psychological horror.
Yeah, it's just because it's got some memes that you'll. Now let's see.
Monika flips through her notebook to a specific poem she's had in mind for herself.
I've already saved this entire notebook into
Then
my
stands
database.
behind the podium.
The title of this poem is The Way They Fly. Ahem.
Monika
The
begins
angels of
reciting her
God,
poem.
They fly in fear. God is not real, God is dead. The angels, they cry. They fly in fear.
You know, for all the things that you were saying to us earlier, this makes me nothing but more worried about the future.
More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotion behind each line she recites, bringing the words to life.
Oh, they're to life in the afterlife.
Is this something she's done before, or is she simply a natural? I glance around me. Everyone has their eyes on Monika. Some for better or worse.
Timelines in this game at once. I know
Sayori looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. Is it fear?
It's fear, alright. I'm very concerned.
Finally, Monika finishes the recitation.
Pepe smile.
The four of us applaud. Monika takes a breath and smiles.
I'm just over here eating crayons.
That was so good, Monika. Ha 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 ha. Thank you very much, Dab. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayori? You're next,
I'll go next!
Sayori. No.
I'll go
You're next, Sayori.
I wanna go next! I'll do it!
Sayori is next.
There's no volunteers, so I guess I'll go.
You don't. You do not want to be next. Sayori is next.
I kind of want to be next.
Sayori is next.
Say who? I'm just gonna go.
Yuri's fired up all of a sudden.
Oh, where did my...
I don't know what happened.
What did you? Okay.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, where did the chat box go? Yuri clutches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly to the podium.
I'm just gonna get this over with. This poem is called...
Yuri anxiously glances at each of us.
You can do it, Yuri.
It's called After Image of a Crimson Eye.
Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem.
There was once a time I saw a big red eye in my bedroom, and it spoke to me in my sleep. And then kind of like, it was really weird. It asked for sacrifices. Now I have bigger boobs.
Suddenly, why is she putting in so much effort?
This is a call for help, please.
As Yuri gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes.
It is me, Uncle Buck.
It's almost what happens when Yuri gets absorbed.
Do that,
into
you're gonna
her
fucking kill
body.
yourself.
I've decided to hurt myself in the opposite direction.
Her quibbling words transform into the sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman.
I will eat your soul. Do you want bigger boobs? I could do that.
The poem is full of twists and turns in its structure that she enunciates with the perfect timing.
Mounds
Have
and
you ever heard of
nipples.
Seinfeld?
This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head.
No, it is a voice. Garglebog. It is I.
Suddenly, she's finished.
That was really weird. I fell asleep for a second. What happened?
Everyone is stunned.
I guess my poem is just that great, huh?
Yuri snaps back into reality and glances around her as if bewildered even herself.
You guys seem off. Did something happen?
It's up to me to save the situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterwards and we give Yuri the recognition she deserves.
I don't really know what I did,
Clap.
but I'm glad you guys like it.
Clap.
It's not that we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were caught so off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rushes back to her seat. I think one of my favorite things is no matter how far off rails we've gotten, it always comes back. 100% canon playthrough, mind you.
Yuri, that was really good. Please tell me more about your false god. Thank you for sharing.
Looks like Yuri's down for the count.
Okay. I guess I'm next then.
Sayori hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium.
This one's called My Meadow. Sorry, I giggled.
Sayori,
Get on with it.
It's a lot harder than I thought. How did you guys do it so easily? Try not to think of it like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to yourself, like in front of a mirror, or in your own head. It's your poem, so it'll come out the best that way. I see. Okay then.
Sayori begins her poem.
I have cookie.
Somehow it feels her soft voice was made for a perfect match.
I'm depressed.
A poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Sayori is.
I'm really depressed.
It's serene and bittersweet.
This cookie is bitter but also sweet.
This kind of sounds like a call for help.
If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much to it.
The rain cloud is screaming.
But hearing it come from Sayori's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning.
Its thunder strikes my heart and aims for my neck.
That's metal
Maybe
as
this
fuck.
is what Sayori meant when she said she likes my poems. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayori finishes, and we applaud.
I don't think I've ever been happy. But I
Welcome to the
did
club.
it!
Good job, Sayori!
Even Fairy liked it. I guess that's a good sign.
What does that mean?
It came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery.
I don't really understand.
You talked about depression and dying in a cheerful mood. That is kind of a clusterfuck to the brain.
That's
Don't
what
you
we call
think?
10 out of 10 mood!
In other
Sayori,
words,
you kinda, for being someone so cute and adorable, you have a lot of existential dread. You need to get help.
A boyfriend would help me.
They might need a little bit more force behind them, depending on what you're reading. Oh, I know what you mean. Well, I've been practicing that kind of thing. I found that I can only do poem well out loud if I say I have cookie in the poem. It's just embarrassing to do in front of everyone, because, I mean, I don't always have cookie, you know? And that's kind of like... The next time, I'm going to make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know? I have the perfect challenge. Okay.
Again, that's kind of ominous, Monika.
Now, who's next? Natsuki.
Don't make me go before Perry. Still to compare to you guys anyway. Wait, that's bullshit. I'm way fucking better.
You know, honestly, I don't believe that.
Might as well let Perry lower everyone's standards a little, so I can lift everybody back up.
What is that supposed to mean?
She insulted you while insulting herself.
Honestly, that's a really good point.
Yuri is the type to be like, hey, I found the perfect book for you, and just slaps a giant letter A on your table. Says, read it.
I'll have you know, it's a giant letter G for Gargambog.
Okay.
It's fine, it's fine. I might as well get this over with. But it's not like I have much of a selection of what to read. I'll just have to go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy to it.
It must be really awkward since you don't know how to read.
Struggles to look at the marker written on my hand.
Wrote it on your hand?
Roses are bed.
In the hat.
Violence is blue. Despite that, once I finish, everyone applauses anyway.
You know, it kind of sounds like Natsuki's poems that got found on the internet, but I guess it works out.
Sorry, I'm not really as good as everyone else.
We knew this already. That's the point.
Yeah, it was kind of simple to know.
Don't worry about it so much. That's part of your character as the MC.
As the Wooza what's it?
I think less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. But at least, unlike the rest of us, you at least have the option of free will and choice.
Oh, hey, calm down, Monika.
Monika,
Not that serious.
Monika, what's an MC?
Talking about like MC Hammer or the guy from America, right?
I love the guy who says can't touch this.
Yeah, maybe.
Alright then. That just leaves you, Natsuki.
Don't fuck up.
Yeah. I'm going.
Go faster.
Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium.
Poem is called. It's called. Why are y'all looking at me?
You take up half the room, as if we had a choice.
Hey.
Oh, because you're presenting.
Anyway, the poem is called Jump.
I'm surprised you can do that with your big hulking mass of a body.
You know, I was gonna say the same thing, so I'm glad you agree with me.
Natsuki takes a breath.
Okay.
I feel like if she tried, she'd just fall through the floor.
Now, you jump up, you fall back down. This is great cardio, so you don't look like a clown.
When she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. While she's still a little unenthused, her poem has a rhyme and a rhythm and a rhyme to it.
I like the inclusion of clown in the rhyme.
Yeah.
It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken out loud. The words
Gives you rippling muscles so you can always win when it comes to a tussle.
The words
That's
feel
not
like they
even
bounce
wrong.
up and down, as if giving life to the poem.
I don't feel like that delivery made me feel like up and down. It was like swaying side to side.
Natsuki finishes and everybody applauds. The only thing I can get is the fucking gem commercial. I pick stuff up and put it down. I pick stuff up and put it down.
Yes.
She huffs back to her seat.
That wasn't so bad, was it?
Easy for you to say.
You're right. It is very easy for me to say.
You would better not make me do that again.
I will make you do it again. Ah, well, do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people?
I mean, doing it in front of other people is gonna be way fucking easier. I can put on whatever face I want with the people. But when it's just my friends,
I wouldn't call us friends.
my tomodachis, it's
So
just
Mugachis.
embarrassing.
Take it easy on her. She's abused by her dad.
Jesus.
Wait, how do you know this, Monica? That seems like very private information.
I'm her
I
dad.
too would like to wait.
I'm her dad.
The major plot twist of the series.
And it happens just like a split second and you miss it. Surprise,
See.
Natsuki.
This is the reason I try to get so big.
To fight back your robotic omnipotent dad?
That is exactly correct, Yuri. We cannot trust the robot bitch.
Hey, Monica did nothing wrong.
I'm not omnipotent. You
Not
are
yet.
thinking of omniscient.
I don't fucking know.
I've got an omnipotent cock waiting for you.
That's a little weird coming from your dad, Natsuki. I'm not gonna lie.
How do you think I feel?
I think it
Oh
would be
god.
the other way around for me.
But that's just how it is, so...
Well, I guess in that case, you won't have much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through.
Oh, we're gonna come through, alright.
It might be hard,
Oh,
but I hope you all have an idea of what it's like now. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice before the festival, okay? Now I'll be making pamphlets, so let me know ahead of time what you'll be reciting. The printer is on my stomach.
Is that what that fax sound is?
I should probably find some other poem to recite instead.
That's fine too. It doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all this effort for the club. It makes me really happy.
Can feel emotion? No problem.
I don't know why you would ask me that.
I feel like
I don't
it's
know
a
what
lie.
about me would make you ask me that. I am human. You're a bitch, though.
Listen, Monica, I heard you trying to think one time, and I heard the dial-up sound.
Okay, everyone. I think that's about it for today. I know the festival is coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out really nicely so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we'll finish planning
Hello there.
tomorrow, and then we'll have the weekend to prepare.
Hello, Panda. Spoiler alert,
Hello,
Yuri's stuff,
Panda.
they're fake. Yeah, they're fake. You got him from the, what's his name again? Gorgoro?
Gorgoroth.
Yeah,
Gorgoroth.
yeah, that guy.
And they're not fake. I sold my soul and
Eyes
my
up,
heart
Guardian.
to them, okay?
Monday's the big day. I can't wait!
I can do this. I can do this.
Alright. I stand up. There's no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Sayori and Monica, but I'll do my best to get through it. If it's for the sake of the club and impressing Monica, then I'll have to do my best. Ready to go, Sayori?
I just realized that whenever I talk,
Both of them light up.
Uh-huh.
Yep. What
Buff
do you have
man.
to say, Natsuki? Why did you walk up to us just to stand there?
Yeah, that's really weird. It's almost like you're kind of staring into our souls. Usually that's Monica's thing.
That's not my thing. I don't stare.
It's
I
kind
Look
of
at you
weird.
two, always going home together like that.
It's kind of adorable, isn't it?
Jeez, guys, it's just two friends walking home, you
They're
know?
totally fucking.
Don't make such a
Hey.
big deal out of it.
I'm gonna point out that...
It must be a
Oh.
little nice though.
Well, never mind. It's a little fucked up now. But if you look from Monika to Sayori to Natsuki, there's like a color gradient.
They look the same to me.
What? You're looking at the real screen, though.
I can see it.
I'm not following.
Ah.
I think Monika and Sayori are the same, and I think Natsuki has a little lighter.
No, okay, so Monika has brown hair, and Natsuki has pink hair, right? Well,
Oh, no. Okay, I get it.
Sayori is like a strawberry blonde, so it's like brown and pink.
Then you just have Yuri.
Yeah.
You know, I just wanted to dye my hair purple and be cool with the kids. I already read that part, by the way.
Oh, oop. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that?
It's okay, Perry. You don't have to say it.
Whatever, let's go already.
They're so fucking.
Yuri, I'd
Yeah,
like
they
to
are.
talk to you more about dying.
I walk home with
What?
Sayori once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today, Sayori is a little quieter than usual on the way home.
I'm quiet.
Hey, Sayori.
I'm quiet.
I'm being quiet right now. Sorry, I was spacing out. I was just talking to myself
No wonder.
quietly. I was thinking about something from earlier. Like how we get to I mean
Sayori fumbles with her words.
so let's just say that one day Yuri asked to walk home with you.
Huh?
What would you do?
What kind of question is that? I tell her to go home herself.
That's kind of mean.
Kind of put me on the spot here. Like, doesn't she have like a bunch of dead rabbits in her yard or something? Yuri? Really think I ditch you for Yuri?
But she's so beautiful and smart.
Is. I
And
already
I'm a
see her in the
stupid
club
idiot.
every day. Besides, you seem to like really like going home together. I wouldn't just ruin that for you.
I don't deserve your kindness. You're so silly. You think about me too much sometimes. Yuri would deserve it if she wanted it, so...
Sayori, I've already made up my mind, plus her titties are fake. They're from the fucking demon darkness whatever she summoned. I really
You got
can't figure you
stuck
out
there, baby.
sometimes.
Sorry, I'm just trying to have an inner battle between how much I love you and my feeling of, well, worthlessness and not deserving of you.
Besides, what's the point in speculating something that's never going to happen anyway, you know? The conversation trails off. Kind of a weird thing for Sayori to care so much about. But I want to respect her and keep her happy, too. And again, the festival is only a few days away. Who knows what will happen in that time?
Oh my god.
So
That's
I
cool.
originally thought this was only gonna be like a really gimmicky, like 2-hour thing, and we're 4 hours in.
Yeah, we're 4
Yep.
hours in.
Yeah.
Was this gonna have to be a two-parter?
This might be a two-parter. for the sake of your guys' voices.
Ah, it's
I'm
fine. I just
down.
won't talk tomorrow at D&D.
I mean, I can. No, can't say I can keep going. I don't know how much more I have in me.
I can keep doing it.
I can
Let's
too.
let's get through the poem, then we'll save, and then we'll come back to this at a later time. We have to be like at the point where it starts tipping. I think because we already made our first decision where it starts to get tipped. All right, so what should our final poem for today be? Should it be the MC's feelings on all the crazy going on?
Makes sense.
Well, we've made a poem for Natsuki and Sayori, but not for Yuri.
Oh, well, that will be easy. Disaster. Fear.
Nope, that was Sayori.
Oh, fuck!
You want big scary words, not small
Massacre?
scary words. Yes.
Massacring bunnies? I can't remember. We used Festa already. Do we know who that went to?
It went to Yuri.
Okay.
Judgment, maybe?
Heaven sent her melancholy or good.
Probably melancholy. Depression! Oh, fuck! Sayori
No.
too!
She's literally the depressed one, Perry.
Unending? Would it be Crimson? Would it be Crimson?
Unending, disoriented, or good, infinite.
Okay, okay, I want to say uncontrollable for the subtext of her fucking sacrifices. Yay!
Wrath.
After image would be hers. Be. Oh. No, that's Sayori.
Well, there's a chance that none of these are right, but I would try alone.
Defeat?
We did
I
defeat.
think defeat is Sayori. I want to say insight, but insight might be Monika.
Well, Monica doesn't
Raindrops,
matter.
maybe?
Oh no.
Yeah, you can't really go for Monica.
Anger, broken, sugar, fluffy stars. Question? Or despise?
Spies.
Despise is a fine one.
Kitty.
Effulgent.
Right, because she uses all the big words too.
Yeah. Like
Incongruent.
incongruent would be good.
Now I just purposely look for all the fucking big words.
Vertigo.
Vertigo.
Nice.
Atone.
Philosophy.
Or
Unrestrained.
Would unrestrained be bigger than No, because that's Sayori. Fine. There we go.
Infallible?
Yeah.
We'll end it with tragedy. Alrighty.
Oh man.
starts with Robo Kibo. Or my bad, Robo Monnikabot.
Alright. You guys do realize that Sayori's been manipulating you? Sayori doesn't manipulate. She's just sad. Maybe a little bit of gaslighting, but it's nothing out of the norm.
I'm a little worried of Monica, but you know.
No, Monica's great. Monica's doing fine. Monica's just being Monica.
Well, okay, let me rephrase. Monnikabot is frightening me.
Monnikabot.
Oh. Yeah, I'm scarier than Monica actually is.
I like how my warning didn't get used in the part of the stream, but it'll come handy for part 2. Yeah. Part 2 is gonna be the big one. Yeah, I wasn't expecting us to go this long. This was supposed to be a haha funny stream.
Yeah, it's like an 8-hour game, I think.
According to Kanga, it's a 4-hour gameplay, which we probably boosted it up to 6 with our Mad Libbing, and which we probably boosted it up to 8 with our additional improv.
Yeah.
But is that so bad?
No. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Kanga, you saying that makes me think of Avatar: The Last Airbender when they're all just collectively going, "There is no war in Ba Sing Se."
Yeah.
Admittedly, everyone on my list right now is either playing fucking Uno, Lost Ark, or Destiny. There doesn't seem to be any in between.
Oh shit.
I've also raided all these people that are online late, so I probably won't raid today. Or maybe, let's see here, give me a game title that we can go fucking eat ourselves in.
Minecraft!
Minecraft, heard.
I was joking.
Well,
Minecraft?
you've now chosen it.
Oh no, I don't want to follow Mojang's channel. Oh, I just want to search Minecraft. Oh, category Minecraft. That's what I...
The joke. It's going too far.
It was only a joke. Here, what? Pixel art comp. I'm immediately turned off for anyone who has the fucking SM or fucking title. And I feel bad for it, but I don't wanna.
As fucking what now?
SMP.
It's just a short term for it's a private server to whoever's on it.
I thought it was like a fucking
Like
like
people
a
who play
short-term
on Dreams
thing.
SMP. Ooh,
Oh my
holy shit,
god,
that's
it's Dream! It's what the mask
I can see the
is.
future.
That's what the point of the mask is. You know, there's this thing that I've been doing to like really fuck with people because they don't like in terms of like what we're doing, they always hate it. But I started singing the one song from Corpse Husband, the Choke Me one,
Oh.
where E-Girls Are Ruining My Life.
Uh-huh.
And every time, like, it's just, I always do it at, like, when they least expect it. And they're always sitting there and it's just like, why are you sitting there and singing a song about getting choked out and shit and getting chained up? And I was just, it's just so funny because everyone that I do it to is, like, what's the best way to put it? They're on the older side. So, like, they're not so inclined with those kinds of jokes from the internet. That's great.
Is this all that it is? Just fuck it. We're going to the pixel art compilation. Their name is Mrs. Blob. Miss Blob.
Mies blob, huh?
Miss Blob. Oh, they have a whole palette. Oh, that's so cool, though. Okay, I can get behind this. Alrighty. Oh, I like their little creeper one. Oh no, it's everybody. Is it everybody competing? I don't know. I haven't muted, so it's kind of hard to tell. I'm gonna throw you guys over there, and you guys can enjoy some competition. Oh, I think it's everybody going up against each other. I don't know if this is time gated. I don't know what's happening. But you guys can go and enjoy some Minecraft. Pixel art. No idea.
Shirt.
Apparently someone's making something 3D. You guys can go enjoy that. And I'll catch you in a week from now because I'm taking break for my own sanity before I turn out like Yuri.
Yay!
Eat.
Cargo Bob is great.
You need to lift.